It is 6:30. Councilmember Perez, can you lead us in the pledge?
Sure.
City Clerk, can you take roll call?
Councilmember Perez,
Present.
Councilmember Resendez,
Present.
Councilmember Burns,
Here.
Mayor Casey,
Here.
Councilmember Morales is not present. Thank you. Sorry. The agenda for the City of Hollister City Council special and regular meetings of June 5th, 2023 was posted on the bulletin board at City Hall on June 1st, 2023 at 2:29 p.m. per Government Code Section 54954.2. Thank you.
Thank you. City Attorney, do we have any reportable action from closed session?
Nothing to report, Mayor and Council.
Thank you. All right, we're going to do some proclamations. Is Jenny Cullenber here? Would you like to step forward? Let's do this. Oops, wrong one.
You can have them stand with you also.
You want to come? You want to come up?
There's one more.
She's supposed to record it for her
Oh.
her alone.
All right, let's get started and read this. So we're honoring Jenny Cullenber as the American Mothers, Inc. 2023 California Mother of the Year. Whereas American Mothers, Inc., AMI, is a national nonprofit, nonpartisan organization given the responsibility of searching for and selecting the National Mother of the Year from honorees representing all 50 states, the District of Columbia, Puerto Rico, and the U.S. Virgin Islands. And whereas Jenny Cullenber of Hollister was announced as the American Mothers, Inc. 2023 California Mother of the Year, making Mrs. Cullenber the 78th woman in California history to hold this honor. And whereas Mrs. Cullenber is the proud mother of 6 daughters and 1 son, Mrs. Cullenber is an active volunteer and youth leader in the Hollister congregation of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. She's welcomed foster kids, exchange students, young adult missionaries, college interns, children of friends, younger siblings, church youth, and neighborhood kids into her life. And whereas Mrs. Cullenber received her associate's degree from Utah State University, a bachelor's degree in public health, health education and promotion from Brigham Young University, Idaho, and is completing her master's degree in health communications from Boston University. And she is a licensed CPR instructor and certified health education specialist. Whereas Jenny Cullenber now joins the ranks of California history, like all the honorees before her, with the opportunity to become part of American history as she represents the mothers in her state and is considered for the honor of 2023 National Mother of the Year. Now, therefore, I, Mia Casey, Mayor of Hollister, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby take pride in recognizing Jenny Cullenber for her commitment and dedication to our community and congratulate her for being American Mother, Inc. 2023 California Mother of the Year. Congratulations. Please, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mary Mia. I'm so honored to be highlighted in this way by American Mothers Incorporated. This is such an honor, and I know and have met some of the previous Mothers of the Years and just feel so honored to be ranked among them. They're amazing women. I'm also so grateful to have this voice and this role to speak out for mothers and the important influence that mothers can have in the lives of their families. I think that's such an important thing. And all of us have tremendous influence in the lives of our children and have been influenced by our mothers. And so I'm grateful to have this voice to speak out for mothers. I thought a lot about what I can do to help support mothers in California this year, and I think that that we often are told to take lots of breaks and time for ourselves and things like that, and I think that some of the things we do are very temporary, and so I've tried to think of what we can do longer term, and I've come up with a campaign. I think you have a flyer in front of you called Look Out. And yes, it's a mental health campaign that is service-oriented, and I really feel like that this is a way that we can help mental health of mothers in a longer-term fashion, where we're building connections and we're helping them feel capable and like they have a lot to offer. And so check it out. There's some good stuff on there. It's a social media campaign where we are looking out at ways that we can serve and ways that we can build connections in our communities and just make the world a better place, and in that way improve our own and others' mental health. And so thank you so much. It's been a wonderful opportunity to come and be here today, and I appreciate this so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we have another proclamation for Hollister High School on receiving the 2023 Green Ribbon School Award. Is there someone here? Okay, let's read this out. Recognizing Hollister High School for earning the 2023 California Green Ribbon School Award. Whereas Hollister High School completed several initiatives to promote environmental sustainability on campus. And whereas in 2019, Hollister High School installed its first solar panels and now has 3 solar panel farms. Wow. Whereas by the end of the year, 85% of the campus will be run by renewable energy. And whereas Hollister High School has planted drought-resistant plants and trees, initiated campus recycling programs, built bioswales to capture stormwater runoff, and transitioned its bus fleet to green diesel and electric buses. And whereas due to reduced electricity consumption, Hollister High School will save more than $1 million. And whereas in recognition of each of these accomplishments and sustainability efforts, California State Superintendent of Public Instruction, Tony Thurmond, recognized Hollister High School as a 2023 California Green Ribbon School. Now, therefore, I, Mia Casey, Mayor of Hollister, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby recognize the accomplishments of and congratulate Hollister High School for their 2023 California Green Ribbon School Award. Good. Do you want to say something? You sure? Do you want to? Go for it, sure, please.
Thank you on behalf of the City Council for honoring us for this. We're super excited with everything that we do got going so far, and know that this is just a step forward in the direction that we want to continue going. So we look forward to continue getting higher and higher awards in regards to this, but thank you.
Right, we're going to move on. We're going to have a presentation by the Economic Development Corporation of San Benito County.
Mayor Casey, while Ms. Wells gets prepared, come on up. Just want to let you know that the way that it is written, you can provide receive a presentation and provide possible direction to staff. We will have 3 presentations back to back. The order was put through the city clerk's, had a randomizer software, so these were not put in any particular order. So you can give possible direction at the end of each, or if you'd like to hear all 3, you could give direction at the end of the meeting.
What is the will of the council? Do you want to wait till the end and just give comments and questions then, or
I think it's best to give direction after each presentation.
is that what you want to do? Okay.
Thank you.
That's what we'll
Thank
do
you.
then. Thank you.
Do you want to do the slides?
Thank you, Mayor, council members, and city staff for the opportunity to present this evening to outline the Economic Development Corporation, or the EDC's, efforts over the past year to support, retain, promote, and attract businesses and provide opportunities in local jobs. First slide, please. Oh, it's there. In August 2021, I became executive director of the EDC, and even though we were no longer under contract with the city, with the support of an all-volunteer 10-member board, I single-handedly kept the EDC going and continued to provide services throughout the city over the next year. Next slide, please. In September 22, the EDC was able to execute a one-year MOU with the city to continue its work, and I'd like to now highlight some of the things we accomplished and hope to contribute for the city over the next, with your continued support. Next slide, please. The EDC applied for and received a grant of $80,000 from the Economic Development Administration, or the EDA, as well as a contribution of $5,000 from the City of San Juan Bautista to facilitate an update of San Benito County's Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, or the CEDS, for 2023 through 2027. It's a 5-year plan. The grant requires in-kind staff time from the EDC, which has been ongoing and will continue over the next 5 years, further out and even further out as the CEDS continues to the need to be updated. Next slide, please. What is the CEDS? The CEDS is a 5-year strategy-driven plan that is a partnership between the county, both cities, Hollister and San Juan Bautista, and the EDC that contributes to an effective planning process that engages stakeholders from our CEDS strategy committee that the EDC put together in important discussions about what best serves economic development in the county, and develops a roadmap for collaboration that builds on the strengths as well as the gaps in resources and expertise of the region. Next slide, please. Why is the CEDS so important? With the current CEDS in place, agencies seeking funding are more likely to attract funding from the state and federal government, and it is a prerequisite for any agency applying for an EDA grant. It must be current, updated every 5 years, list specific projects that each jurisdiction expects to seek funding from the EDA to support, and it must be adopted by the County Board of Supervisors and approved by the EDA. The EDC is proud to announce that it has its final draft for the 2023-27 CEDS, and it's ready for public review, and that we are hosting a town hall meeting on June 12th, which is next Monday, at Vets Hall, to educate the public on the importance of the CEDS, as well as offer them a 30-day period to review the document. This is the time for city, county representatives who are not, and stakeholders who are not part of the CEDS strategy committee to review the CEDS and provide feedback. While the draft CEDS is under review, the EDC will develop a CEDS implementation plan that covers the next 5-year term and will guide our administration of the strategic plan over this period, including meeting at least yearly with the CEDS strategy committee to ensure that timelines and goals are met, and providing yearly updates to the city, the county, and the EDA. The next few slides show some of the important city and countywide initiatives that are included in the updated SIDS and that the EDC will help facilitate over the next 5 years in order to obtain funding, such as, next slide, revitalizing downtown Hollister, attracting investors and developers to build new hangars at the airport, expanding taxiways on property next to the airport, next slide, retaining hospital facilities in the county, generating additional electrical power to support commercial growth, completing the new college campus. Next slide. Excuse me. Expanding the youth empowerment hub in downtown Hollister, implementing the automotive research and testing facility by the airport. Next slide. Improving internet access for businesses and residents, and establishing a countywide tourism initiative. These are just a few of the initiatives that are in the SEDS. Next slide, please. In addition to the SEDS, the EDC is in a collective partnership, just as I think the city is going to be, with the Uplift Central Coast Coalition on its $5 million 2-year planning grant under the Community Economic Resilience Fund, or the SURF. SURF is a 13-region state-funded program to support regional economic development and sustainable local economies, and consists of a planning and an implementation phase with $600 million allocated to the county, the 6th region. Uplift will focus on equity, sustainability, job quality, economic competitiveness, and resilience. Its goal is to create inclusive economic development, an exclusive economic development plan for the 6-county Central Coast region under SURF, which includes San Benito County, Santa Cruz, Monterey, San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara, and Ventura counties. So you can see we have a lot to work on in conjunction with these 6 counties to get that money. The EDC plans to work with the county's Economic Development Advisory Committee, which the city is a part of, to ensure that the city has representation at the table during the planning phase, as well as the implementation phase, which will most likely be initiated next year and run through 2027. Next slide, please. We also continue to facilitate EDC airport committee meetings, which include city and airport staff, and consist of presentations on opportunities for the airport and for commercial developers and properties surrounding the airport, educating members on such topics as understanding the difference between the city's Airport Advisory Commission, the Council of Governments Airport Land Use Committee, and the EDC's Airport Committee, outlining the importance of the National Business Aviation Association's annual convention and the city airport booth at that event, and reviewing grant opportunities for the airport to support such things as removal of the contaminated buildings at the airport and surrounding developing properties to extend taxiways. Previously, the EDC was successful in working with the city to initiate and help finalize the first through-the-fence Federal Aviation Administration approved agreement to allow the first through-the-fence business, Zero Avia, to the Air Park Business Center adjacent to the airport. We are now working with developers to not only bring a medical facility and hotel to the same area, but to recruit other commercial opportunities. In addition, we plan to conduct a strength, weaknesses, opportunity, and threat, or SWOT analysis for the airport that will compare Hollister with other competing airports in the region and help establish a marketing plan to promote the airport and the commercial properties surrounding the airport. Next slide, please. We also continue to conduct EDC permitting committee meetings with city planning staff to understand how we can assist and serve as a liaison for potential new businesses and be a one-stop shop to assist developers, entrepreneurs, and others with their business and development needs. This also serves to support planning staff by filling gaps in areas where they might get stalled. Our support would include helping create a handout for business development inquiries, reviewing current business incentive programs, developing a list of local development consultants, and monitoring the city's website to make suggestions and updates where needed. Next slide, please. We plan to continue working with the Small Business Development Center, the Workforce Development Board, Cal State Monterey Bay Institute of Innovation and Economic Development, Gavilan Community College, and other educational institutions and job development support organizations to fill information gaps, create resources, and foster an entrepreneurial culture. In addition, we plan to update the Hollister market analysis as a basis for a marketing plan aimed at attracting businesses utilizing our local workforce. We've met with both the previous and now interim Hollister city managers about the current electricity issue, which could actually constrict new and expanding business in the area for 3 to 5 years or even more. And we have facilitated meetings with PG&E, the California Public Utilities Commission, Central Coast Community Energy, Scale Microgrids, Ag Energy, the Rural County Representatives of California, and others to find a way to bring alternative energy to the region. We also continue to meet and collaborate with city business leaders and organizations like the HDA, the Chamber, and the Business Council to learn about their work, the work of each of those organizations, and other ways to bring and other ways to work together and prevent the duplication of efforts. With the $10,000 contribution we received from PG&E to support our marketing efforts, we recently subscribed to Blue Dot, which is a customer relation management database, to help us manage and track our business retention and expansion visits and create and maintain metrics, which I know are important. We are also looking to subscribe to EconoView to accelerate a business engagement, our business engagement for workforce and economic development across state and local agencies with intuitive data visualization. We also continue to research and train businesses and entrepreneurs on new tools to assist them, as well as provide resources on obtaining loans and grants, commercial properties, guides to developing a business plan, and accessing permitting or other requirements. We are updating our website and creating multiple social media platforms to keep the community informed. The EDC also plans to work with the interim city manager and the city's grant writers to identify funding opportunities through the EDA, the U.S. Department of Agriculture Rural Development, the Environmental Protection Agency, and other federal and state agencies to support priority projects such as infrastructure, co-working spaces, broadband expansion, and business retention. Next slide, please. Finally, I'd like to mention that we plan to host a local elected official training session in conjunction with the California Association for Local Economic Development, or CALED, to engage local leaders in discussions on critical economic development issues and efforts to improve the community's bottom line and quality of life. Final slide. I hope that you see the value of the EDC's work and will continue to support us in the future. We recognize that the recommendation moving forward is to negotiate a 3-year MOU with EDC and others, but we hope that you will consider committing to a further 5-year term so that we can continue to ensure that the city's important initiatives that are outlined in the SIDS are completed over this next 5-year period. Please let me know if you have any questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns, did you want to start? Okay, Councilmember Resendez.
Are we just starting with questions now, and then we can wrap up by stating our position after?
We have public input, so.
So
we
questions
can do-
now, public input, and then.
Questions could
Perfect.
be done now, and we can do it after.
Thank you. Good to see you. Thank you for coming today.
You're welcome. Thank
So I'm going to need you to refresh my memory just a bit. So last time you came to the council, you were not under contract, or you did not have a partnership with the city of Hollister.
No.
Why?
The MOU was terminated right before I became the executive director at the meeting of the council.
Perfect.
And there was really no opportunity to come back until 6 to 8 months later.
Okay, then we negotiated a short-term agreement with you. What did that agreement look like, and what were the deliverables of that agreement?
The deliverables were, they were included in the MOU, but during this, there were a lot of metrics. The problem is I didn't have staff. It was just me by myself. I had to wait until I knew whether I had the funding. When I got the funding, it took a long time, as you know, to obtain staff, get the tools I needed and resources, and move forward with trying to provide those metrics.
Okay, so again, I'm going to ask you, what were the terms of that agreement?
It's a one-year term.
How
for
much did we give you?
$100,000.
And do you feel that you met the deliverables?
I do. Under the term, yes.
That concludes my questions. Thank you.
Councilmember, do you have any questions? I don't have questions, so why don't we take public comment if there is any?
Mayor Casey, we do not have any public comments for this item.
Okay, so we can just give comment then if you want to start.
Thank you, Mayor. So, as it relates to future funding, I would suggest and recommend to the council that we defer any commitment at this point until we move through the budget process to see where our budget capabilities are and our flexibility. And so I want to thank you for your presentation, your expression of having difficulty filling positions. This council, this city is all too familiar with that on a citywide level as well. And so, I'd like to have future dialogue as we move through the budget process to see where there's flexibility and potential on a collaborative effort with the other agencies that provide similar resources. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to thank you again for coming. I've got to be completely honest with you. I don't think that the deliverables were met. I feel like the council was pretty clear at that time as to where we wanted to see the EDC go. The economic development of our city is vital, especially with the lack of resources that we have here, and we really need strong partnerships to help generate more revenue and services for our community. And I don't feel that your agency did that. And I think that's why the contract was cut in the beginning. And then when you came on, we felt like a sense of hope and new direction that we would see the EDC moving in that direction, and I just don't think that that occurred. So for me, I cannot support renewing the contract of the EDC. In fact, I think that everything you're talking about is being done with other agencies, is how I interpreted your report. And if anything, I think that we should probably hire somebody within house when it comes to budget times to fill the need and the dire need of the economic development of our city of Hollister. Ms. Wells, thank you.
I will say one comment. Being that I've been to the airport, instead of just visiting, I go out there and work actually, and I see things going on. And anytime anyone talks about furthering our, electrifying our community, especially at our airport, it's something in the future that we really need. If you look at how many people are going out there with electric cars. So when you said EV, that was like huge for me. Unlike other people, I see value in how would I know that you're not duplicating theirs or they're duplicating yours? This is where I feel we all three agencies and every agency, nonprofit that comes to the city and the city need to work together. So we don't do that. So thank you for looking out for that you don't do that.
May I comment? I just want to say that under the terms, when the MOU was approved by the last council and mayor, the mayor made it very clear that the EDC should only work on the airport. We shouldn't be looking at anything else. So we focused on that until we got renewal, because we feel like it's more important to be looking at Hollister overall. And to meet the metrics as far as bringing jobs and more commercial businesses to Hollister and San Benito County, there are no utilities. We cannot bring new business in until we know that the substation in San Benito County that serves all of San Benito County except for one in San Juan Bautista, they're fine, and one in Panoche. We cannot expect a new business who we've been talking to many to want to develop here until they know. They don't want to wait 5 to 10 years out, and they hear it from throughout California that that's the problem with PG&E. So it makes it very difficult to meet metrics as far as showing how many jobs and businesses you can create, especially when you're working on a big, huge document like the SEDS that covers all of San Benito County and must be, you must follow for 5 years, and it has to be renewed. You know, we've done the last one. We went and applied for a grant to do this one. This one is the first SEDS that has projects that must be specific to each region that you're going to look for EDA funding for. If the projects aren't in there, you won't get the EDA funding, and you're going to need support, and I feel like we can do it, or I wouldn't say that, to help the city, the county, to make sure those projects are move forward and get funding.
That's some very good points, Ms. Wells. Thank you for bringing that up. So since you've faced these challenges with electricity, have you resolved any of these issues under this current contract?
With PG&E?
Huh?
No, it's a long-term. You
Okay.
can't find another PG&E, and we're working with microgrids, the CPUC, every resource we can find to find another resource, as I mentioned earlier.
And then I heard you make reference to formulating a partnership for a business out there to access the runway. Was that done under your leadership or the previous contract?
Zero Avia?
Yes.
Yes, it was done under mine. I actually did a lot of work with that.
While you were the executive director?
Yes.
Very good.
And
And it was under this current contract?
It was. I think it was while I was not under contract.
That's
so
what I remember. So
I
what
did
work
that. I
has
went
been-
forward with that. We're still constrained by PG&E. As I mentioned in my presentation, I am working with developers, and I've had several presentations on bringing a proton medical facility to the airport along with a hotel. As long as we can get the taxiways expanded, and we're working on a grant with the city, the interim city manager to apply for that so we can do that. They are ready to already move on that. They don't need the electricity for the proton center, but medical facility, but they do need it for the hotel.
Again, so under this current contract, what has been completed?
That's what I'm working on.
So it hasn't been completed either.
Well, it can't be completed without utility services.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, just some comments. So Renee, I appreciate your presentation. I was excited that I was able to attend the final review workshop for the SEDS report, and I think it's actually going to be instrumental in moving ADC forward, and it doesn't just provide a roadmap for the county, but also unlocks the door for funding, which we desperately need if we're going to move things forward. So I'm really happy to see the focus on broadband and on the downtown revitalization as key components in moving our economic development forward, and that I hope that you'll continue to focus on airport economic development or opportunities, as well as ag tech possibilities, and perhaps even a collaboration with Gavilan College for possible program development around ag tech. So now that you're getting this baseline reporting, of course, we're going to expect some great things to start happening. And I do recognize, I understand the PG&E issue. It's not something we can solve overnight, but I'm appreciative of you looking at microgrids and other ways for us to meet our needs so we can keep moving forward. You and I talked a little bit about this before, but I'd like to see you work closely with the chamber in the future. I know they often get inquiries from potential new businesses, so even though EDC should probably take the lead on, regional marketing, but the chamber could be in a supporting role, and I hope you guys will continue to work together and figure out pathways and procedures for new inquiries. So I just want to say great job and thanks. I do support the EDC. I think you guys have made tremendous strides this year. The SEDS report is huge, and so I'm fully supportive of your group. Thank you.
Thank you.
So at this point,
Just direction.
so I think, I appreciate Councilmember Burns' comments that we are in the middle of budget, and I think it might be worth bringing it back to make decisions around the groups after we've had a chance to really take a look at what our position is. So what is the council's will? Do you have any suggestions?
Again, I think I stated my position pretty clearly. I
Okay.
think we are stewards of, we need to be fiscally responsible of the tax dollars. I don't see that the metrics were met on this current contract, and I cannot support a future partnership with the EDC at this time. Thank you.
Okay.
I think
What's your
that-
thoughts?
I think that, you know what, I'd like to hear from our interim city manager. Do you think it's better, I don't know if it's something I can even ask up here, do you think it's better to know before the budget, after the budget? I mean, of course, before, but
What we can do is, when we're developing the budget, we do look at appropriations just overall. And so we can look at a overall placeholder, but that placeholder can then be brought forward for discussion at budget hearings. And that goes into the whole overall financial picture of the city and where we feel comfortable. At that point, you can direct us to allocate to any of the agencies that you see fit through direction, or to not allocate to all or to one. That's your decision.
Councilmember?
Mayor, I would like to bring it back. I just think that's a smart decision. We're talking at current rates of, if it were a 3-year deal with the current agreement, that'd be a $300,000 commitment. If it's a 5-year deal, it's a $500,000 commitment. It could be more. I think it could be less.
Right.
And so I think that would be where I would stand. I'm also wondering, is this something that we should or could take public comment on?
What we
Did we already?
did already, yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, I would agree with you, Councilmember Burns. I think bringing it back, and of course, we can look at the terms, the length and all of that at that time. That would be my suggestion. What do you think, Councilmember?
I would agree.
Okay, so I think we have consensus to bring it back.
Do we know how soon we can bring it back?
So we'll be doing budget hearings next Monday. And so what we will do is have an appropriation. We do have a line item that we have programmed in the past to support our nonprofits, and there would be a discussion within that line item.
Okay.
All right, well, thank you, Renee, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's see, who do we have next? So we're gonna have the Hollister Downtown Association, Omar.
Sorry, just want to make sure. Okay. All right. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Omar Rosa. I'm with the Hollister Downtown Association. You guys all met me last year when I came up here. So we are a Main Street America organization. Main Street America has been helping revitalize older and historic commercial districts for over 40 years. Today, it's a network of more than 1,200 neighborhoods and communities, rural and urban, who both share a commitment to place and building stronger communities through preservation-based economic development. We do go by the 4 tangibles of the Main Street program, which is civic, our organization, the physical, which is design, economic vitality, and then the promotion, social thing. So the promotion committee, it's the group that comes up with all the ideas that we do for the HDA. The economic development vitality committee is where we kind of gather as a meeting as a group, and we discuss all the different things that are happening in downtown and all around San Benito County, discuss businesses that are opening and closure, workforce needs, things of importance such as the roads and everything else that's impacting the community. And then design is when we try to bring art to the downtown area. And right now we're working on some ideas, say for instance like a kiosk and some signage and stuff like that. And then our organization is our executive board, where we meet to kind of get the guidance to the board and see what we're going to be doing next. The mission, the Hollister Downtown Association, is a nonprofit-based organization as a Main Street program city. The continued revitalization of the historic downtown is important. We work hard to create a vital downtown district through beautification programs and community events. Come join us and discover the dining, shopping, history, and vitality that downtown Hollister has to offer. There's a picture of the sign. So in the last 6 years, we've had a history. Here's the history of our MOU with the City of Hollister. The City of Hollister and the Downtown Association have partnered together over the last 5 years, and the HDA has provided resources, marketing, promotion, planning, hosting duties, and assistance for the city's initiatives based in the downtown area of Hollister. The HDA has the ability to pivot to the city's needs. We partnered and collaborated in the planning of the city's 150-year anniversary, and then we also commissioned the 2008 strategy plan for downtown Hollister, which I know is being looked at right now, especially with all the different ideas that we have with the parklets and all that stuff there. The contract with the City of Hollister has evolved into a partnership. It started off as more of like, hey, you're going to help us put some money together, but we have now really truly partnered with the City of Hollister in helping with the initiatives that are going on. Some of the milestones that we achieved during that 5-year period is that we did have the farmers market during the pandemic. So the farmers market was shortened and made smaller. We only had about 4 or 5 vendors, but however, we continue to have that market every Saturday for the community to be able to come out and purchase local fruits and vegetables in a safe outdoor environment. In 2020, with the pandemic at hand, the HDA pivoted from tradition and had its annual Lights On Parade celebration as a 2-night affair as a reverse drive-through parade at the Hollister Municipal Airport. So we had over 2,400 vehicles that came through, about 4 people per car. So we had quite a few people that came through for that event. That's been an event that's been going on for 33 years. And so for that particular year, when all the other events that happened, and unfortunately the pandemic shut a lot of it down, we continued and persevered and had an event for the community. The HCA did spend over $30,000 to bring that event together after canceling all our other events in 2020. Money was spent for lights, security, signage, hiring a float company, snow machine, and decorations. Right before all that, our storage facility burned down and all of our decorations burned down. So the community kind of rallied together, and they helped us gather items that we could put together to give out goodie bags for the people that did come through to that parade. We also had our Youth Expo. So in 2022, the HDA partnered with the VFW and American Legion Auxiliary and brought its first annual Youth Expo to Hollister. This event allowed parents to see what after-school activities are available locally in our county. We had over 50 organizations participate. We discovered there were about 70 throughout the entire county. And so 50 came to the first one, 55 came to the second one, and we are looking to add a third one this fall as well. So it's going to be an annual event that we do possibly twice a year. So we're talking right now with the city, with the Vets Department to do one. So the meat and potatoes here, our services and scope of work. As the current MOU with the City of Hollister expires, the Hollister Downtown Association is seeking to renew its contract with the City of Hollister for a new 3 to 5 year term. The funds will be able to help pay for the Hollister Downtown Association staff, which includes 5 employees and hundreds of volunteers, to put together these yearly events. The Hollister Downtown Association will will continue to provide the following services. The HDA will bring 28 weekly events held in the downtown Hollister area, including our 5 signature events: the Certified Farmers Market, the Saddle Horse Show Parade, the Street Festival and Car Show, the Downtown Wine and Beer Stroll, and the Lights On Parade. At minimum, we will be bringing those events to the downtown area. Our events will continue to appeal to a wide demographic and be very inclusive. Our non-monetized events, such as the Youth Expo and Spring and Downtown Cleanup and the Job Fair, will continue as a community give-back events each year. We will continue to grow potential new events, such as First Fridays, a Mad Hatter Day, and possibly a second Wine and Beer Stroll. We continue to bring anchor events for tourism and economic development to Hollister. We provide businesses and groups with thousands of volunteer opportunities. We increase the revenues of the City of Hollister via increased sales and additional business licenses. HDA staff and volunteers provide over 6,000 hours throughout the year. And then we also can provide the city of manager our financial statements yearly. Continuing with that, our 4 quarterly breakfasts, we will continue to have 4 quarterly breakfasts that bring over 50 downtown, Hollister Downtown Association members to each event. Resource planning, marketing, and promotion tools for any city initiatives and activities. And when I mean that, I mean sometimes in the past, the city has asked us if we can do town halls, if we can bring other things together. And so we partner with city clerk and city manager to be able to post these things, come up with the agendas, promote them. We will provide updates and information with the City of Hollister's managers monthly. We would like to have a member of the City of Hollister join our Hollister Downtown Association's Board of Director as a liaison member to provide direction to the HDA on any City of Hollister initiatives. We will work closely with the City of Hollister's Recreation Department, Tina's team. They did an amazing job to promote their events, aid with planning, volunteer for their events, such as Trick or Treat Street, partner on existing events, such as our Lights On Celebration Parade and the tree lighting, and collaborate on new events. Continue to collaborate with our community partners, including the EDC, the Chamber of Commerce, VFW, YMCA, Youth Alliance, Girl Scouts, Samuel Arts Council, Community Foundation, Growing Hearts, the high school, Salvation Army, Business Council, San Juan Bautista, Historical Society, Boy Scouts, and San Benito County departments. The organization will continue to operate as a community leader that puts the downtown businesses and community first. Continue to have the City of Hollister represented as part of the National Main Street Program. And we are currently exploring a grant to bring a downtown kiosk to Hollister with all the downtown businesses. So that's something that we want to do as a give back as well, and have that in the downtown area. Just as an example of where things were when we first set this MOU and to where we are now, when we first started our partnership with the City of Hollister, the HCA had weekly events 53% of the year. We are now at 70% of the year. So every week, for 70% of the year, we have something going on. Some added costs since 2017. The HDA has added security to all the signature events, including the farmers market, with an added cost of about $14,000 per year. The cost of portable toilets have skyrocketed from $3,500 to $9,500 in 2022. So that's, yeah, you get an idea. Some of our events, so our Hollister Certified Farmers Market, it's every Wednesday from April 19th to October 11th from 3 to 7 p.m. We did extend that out to 26 weeks in 2023. We feature 50 to 60 vendors, with the majority being local vendors. We do have 7 to 10 vendors, our downtown businesses, with more being added throughout the season. Job fairs will continue to be held at the farmers market. So in 2021, we started doing this as an opportunity to get these businesses to have an opportunity to get more workforce help. So we will continue that at no cost to the employers. Thousands of people attend the farmers market every year. Several nonprofits participate at the market to provide updates and information. Our downtown wine and beer stroll is the first Saturday in May. We had over 500 attendees attend this past event in 2023. Some of the economic and tourism impact, 20 downtown businesses were able to showcase their locations. 20 local wineries and breweries were able to showcase their products. And then 20% of the sales that we had were actually from outside of Hollister, with some of them coming as far as LA. So that's probably the next phase, is how do we work together with the chamber and other organizations to be able to capture that 20% of the people that are here, and what's the next phase within that. Our Saddle Horse Show Downtown Parade, more on that one later in the agenda. This one is something that we're very honored that we can partner with the Saddle Horse Show Parade Committee. In 2022, they asked us after the pandemic if we can help put the parade back together. And we did, and we had a great turnout. In 2023, they've asked us to become the caretakers of this historic event for its 89th iteration and beyond. So we're really excited, we're really honored that they looked at us and said, we want you guys to become the caretakers. They're still very much involved with it, but it's really neat to have one of the oldest events in the entire county, and we get to be a part of that, and we get to work with them. So that's something that we're excited about. Some of the other notes here is that several of the participants from the parade were from outside San Benito County. These participants dined at our local downtown restaurants after the parade ended. I know some of them didn't put their horses away, and because they were out, eating food and stuff like that. So we know they were at those restaurants when they were not putting their horses away for that event. Sorry, guys. Street Festival and Car Show. That brings over 250 participants to the event, so over 250 cars every year. Some of the economic and tourism impact, thousands of spectators come to the event, with many of them going to our local restaurants and shops. TJ Tacos, for instance, they're not here. They changed their names, ownership, but they posted on social media last year that by 4 p.m. they had closed their restaurant because they had completely sold out due to all the people that were in the area. Many of the vehicles that participated in the event were from out of town, with the longest distance traveled being over 300 miles. And when these vehicles come, they don't come by themselves. They're bringing their family, they're bringing their friends, so they're bringing their group. So again, that's another group or another event here that we can try to capture and try to showcase, making it more of into a weekend thing than just a one day. One of our main anchors, the Lights On Celebration Parade. This happens every Saturday after Thanksgiving. Economic impact. After the parade, there were reported 60-minute wait times at most local restaurants. We brought back the Holiday Boutique that featured over 25 local artists and vendors. Our food court featured 8 local food vendors. Community impact. 30 trees were decorated by local nonprofit groups that were given out to local families. We partnered with the City of Hollister's Recreation Department for the annual tree lighting. Thousands of spectators from both inside and outside the community come to this event. It is one of the largest events in downtown Hollister annually. Getting back to our community, so the HDA is the signatures events allow our organization to give back to the community by providing non-monetized events that benefit both the businesses and the community and are a gateway to collaboration with our community partners. Our Youth Expo, that's something that we partner with the VFW and the American Legion to put together every year, as I mentioned. We are working right now with the America's Job Center at Seminole County to put together the next job fair, which will be in September. And then we work closely with Integrated Waste and Recology every year to do the spring and downtown cleanup. We also assisted with the planning with the Earth Day festivities that happened this year. We were the ones that helped set up some of the permits and put in that information in. It's a great event by all, and just something that we were able to partner and got lucky to partner with. Quarterly Breakfast. In 2023, the HDA brought back its Quarterly Breakfast series after a 2-year hiatus. These breakfasts bring local downtown businesses, residents, and government officials and nonprofits together to be able to enjoy a delicious breakfast that we cater from one of our local restaurants while receiving educational presentations from local professionals. Attendees are encouraged to update and share new information during the meeting. They also provide these groups with an opportunity to network with each other and build relationships. So sometimes people don't get an opportunity, especially after post-pandemic. There's an opportunity there that people can actually get together and have conversations. Our volunteers, heart and soul of our group here. So our events provide service groups with community service volunteer opportunities. Groups seeking to complete volunteer hours such as scouts, churches, probation, employer mandated, and others can complete their required hours with the Hollister Downtown Association and its events. Events for the Hollister Downtown Association have brought over 4,000 community hours since 2022. We actually partner with the high school Key Club and Avid as well for a lot of our events that we do. So these groups get to complete their hours that they need annually to be able to get their certifications and things of that nature. Like I said, we work with the work to prison inmate group as well. We just PACSI, just a bunch of different groups that have that community service requirement. We are able to give them that as they need it. And then our team. Our management team has over 40 years of experience in bringing events to our community. Up there you have 4 of the most dedicated, hardworking, loyal individuals you'll ever meet. And I really couldn't do it without those 4 individuals, so I just wanted to give a shout out to Terry, Jen, Stacy, and Bree. They do an amazing job. They're selfless. They come out, and more importantly, they come and do these things for the community. So that's why they're there, and they're all smiling and happy because, again, we were doing something good, I think, that day. So I purposely eliminate the questions section because I didn't want to get asked questions I wouldn't be able to answer properly. So we just go to the thank you. But if anybody has questions, please feel free to let me know.
Councilmember Burns.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
First of all, thank you.
Especially you.
Oh, no, you didn't. So I do have just a few questions for you.
Yes, sir.
Well, let's start with the easiest one first.
Yes, sir.
Have you considered buying portable toilets? Because $9,500 seems like a lot, and I think you could probably buy 2 for that. And maybe you still got the cleanup costs, but on a simple level, or maybe working with somebody else that maybe has them, that you could rent them at a reduced rate. $9,500 just seems like a lot of money for portable toilets for limited access.
Right.
So,
That's a possibility that we can look into. One of the issues that we had is, again, lack of space right now. When the storage unit burned down, a lot of our stuff went with it. Right now, we've had to move a lot of our toters over to our area, so just where to even store them might be it, but definitely an idea to look and consider, especially, as your point, at $9,500.
I can tell you, I've done some research recently, work related, and you can buy them on Amazon. What can't you get on Amazon, I guess?
Yeah.
So, have you been ever able to establish the benefit financially that your organization provides in dollars? You talk about all these events, and certainly they generate income. I think it'd be very helpful to know the dollar value for your work. Have you been able to
No, that's
quantify
something
that?
that we're looking into, and we just had a conversation with somebody just a moment ago in regards to that. And I know that some of these events, for instance, they can be something that may hurt and impact the business in a way that we don't want it to. And then there are other businesses that are thriving when we have these events, and we've heard them and we've asked, and they tell us, hey, can you make these things go longer? Can you make these things go? But in terms of dollars and numbers and stuff like that, we have not been able to gather that data just yet. So that's something that we
Okay,
want
I
to look
think
into.
moving forward, that'd be very helpful, because I think there is a definite financial impact on the positive that your efforts bring to our community, not to mention it provides for a much more well-rounded city as well. Can you talk about any times that you may have partnered or worked with EDD or San Benito County Chamber?
So the Chamber of Commerce and the EDC, we collaborated on some of the meetings that we've done. Actually, at our wine and beer stroll that we just had, the Chamber had a location. They had Oseki Sake participate, and it was actually one of the more popular spots there. Michelle did a great job with that group. Peach sake? Sorry, apricots. And I mean, it was a hit. So we are talking about other small projects that we maybe look into and see if we can partner with. I'm open to partnering with every and all groups and just being even a small part of it. We don't necessarily have to be the headliner on the top of the marquee here. We can just help out with any way we can, moving tables, doing whatever, and assisting in that way if that's the case. But yeah, we're willing to open and work with any group, and we're looking forward to collaborating more with these groups.
I know that we've done the farmers market fairly consistently, minus some challenges with the COVID era.
Right.
And so any consideration for maybe doing a like parallel event on a weekly basis with maybe the mobile vendors? I know that I see mobile vendor special events like the farmers market, and I'd certainly like to see that. I know that that's another topic on this council's agenda this evening.
Right.
But I'd also like for maybe somebody from your organization to stay around for that event. I don't want to cross, but I would like to understand what your position would be in relation to the ordinance coming forward tonight. So it'd be nice to have somebody here for that.
Right, and we did have that conversation at the end of last market, or the last season. What we were considering maybe at the end of this market is having some kind of, food alley type of thing once a month, maybe just to kind of test it out after the market season's over with some of the vendors. But again, locating or picking a location that does not impact the downtown restaurants and businesses and so forth. I know Mr. Lago has some suggestions that I think we should consider. I have some thoughts myself, but in a way that we can make that happen and work. But we would love to continue doing something with those groups as well. Especially we look at the earlier part of the week when some of these businesses are closed, that maybe that's an opportunity since they're not open. We're not really impeding on their thing. So, but that's a conversation we all have to have as a group to be able to get there.
Okay. I hope the questions weren't too difficult.
No, thank you.
So thank you for the presentation. I think you guys do amazing work, and I think the presentation was excellent as well. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much.
Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you, Omar. And yeah, great presentation, very informative, very clear. Appreciate it. Same questions. When were you last here, and what were the terms of that agreement?
I was last summer, I think.
No, for this contract. So you might not have been here.
I was
during
not
that
here
time.
for the previous
But
contract.
Let's talk about the HJ in general. They were here 5 years ago, and then what were the terms of that agreement? Like, how much did we give the HJ at that time?
$75,000 at the last 5 years ago in 2017
Per year.
per year.
Okay. And then you're coming back for a 3 to 5 year, and then I'm assuming that you're asking for more money this time around because it looks like your cost went up. Is that correct?
Yeah. So
And then what would that look like?
we're looking 95 to 100,000 and see what that looks like, especially with the costs that I just mentioned with the security and the toilets, which may be purchased, but that's kind of why it's kind of, and then everything else has just gone up since 2017.
Yeah.
So
And then so I guess I'd probably lean on like Terry, somebody who's been here a while. Like, has your contract, how long have we had a contract? How long has the city of Hollister partnered with the HDA? How many years?
6 years total. So
No,
we had,
before that, like
Oh.
looking back, how many years have we
Oh,
partnered with the HDA?
I don't know, but
Gordon?
Gordon, where are we? Founder member? How many? 30 years.
30
Yeah,
years. 30 years. Okay, and then a couple more questions. Do you think that your organization met the terms of the MOU?
yeah. Absolutely.
Okay, and do you think that there's a specialty, like is it a clearly specialized service that you provide to our community?
I do.
I do too.
Yeah.
Thank you for all you guys do,
Yeah.
and I look forward to supporting you in the future.
Thank you.
Councilmember Perez?
I love parades, and Hollister has the best parades ever. I mean, I bring in family from all over. Just come on down, just come to the parade. But then they move here, sorry. Anyways, thank you for your presentation. I love all three agencies, but you know what, you guys do your job down there. I do have concerns, but it has nothing to do with HDA or any specific. I do want to see downtown cleaned up more, and we're working on it. There's a lot of things we're working on. Overall, I'm happy with the way the city's going. I love our organizations, our nonprofits, our Mothers of the Year, where she is. You know, I see great things coming out of Hollister, and it's all these nonprofits that are working together to make our community better. So I support all you guys. It's like,
Thank
you always get my support.
I don't have questions, so why don't we take public comment if there's any?
Mayor Casey, we have no public comments for this item.
Okay, so do we have further comment? Councilmember Burns, do you want to start?
Thank you, Mayor. To be consistent, again, I'd like to defer any council action until we get into the budget conversations. I think they do a great job, but I don't want to overextend or commit us until we know where our finances lie. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Resendez?
Thank you. I agree. I definitely support that. Again, I think that we should increase the amount that we pay the HDA. It's clear that you go above and beyond. I know it's hard to measure, so I understand where Councilmember Burns is coming from, because that would be important, because we might be underpaying you for the services that you're providing to our community. But I do see the value, and I do value our partnership that we've had over the years, and I look forward to continuing to support you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Perez, you have anything further? You're good?
Thank you.
Okay, so I have just a couple comments. So thank you for the presentation, it was awesome. I think it clearly shows the scope of your work, your objectives, and also some data reflecting the expansion of the programs from 2017 to today. I think it's amazing that you've gone from 53% to 70% in your weekly events. And I was lucky enough to go to the farmer's market a week ago, and it was packed, and that food truck corner that you guys have been doing was really popular. So I hope we can work out and be able to do some kind of a food truck event once a month, and it would be great if HDA could, lead that charge, but I'm sure we'll talk more about that later. I do understand what you're talking about with the cost. Everything has gone up for everyone, and so I do understand that, and I think it does need to be taken into consideration. And also, just another comment, I'm not sure where to fit in, but, we are a historic downtown, and so maybe looking at some things around our historic preservation, and also heritage tourism is a thing. So it might be worth exploring, maybe working with the chamber to look at that, see if there's anything else we might want to add. But otherwise, great job, and thank you for presenting, and I concur that we do need to do some budget work and really figure things out before we can make a commitment to y'all. So thank you, Omar.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
All right, I think next we're going to hear from the San Benito County Chamber of Commerce.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Michelle Leonard with the San Benito County Chamber of Commerce and Visitor Center. I've had the privilege of being part of the MOU from the beginning of when we came into the first agreement in 2018, 2019 of this MOU and seeing it through to today. So I'm going to do a quick recap of kind of like 5 years at a glance, but a little bit about us. First and foremost, we are a 501c6 membership organization, and we are also a 501c3 nonprofit, which allows us to do programs like tourism and economic development and all the other things we do to help our community. I'm going to go through my slides pretty quickly, but in our original resolution, the reason we got to this moment was because the San Benito County Chamber of Commerce has a reach that allows us to help promote, revitalize, connect, and convene for our community, and we've definitely done that. We're going to go into the terms of the MOU and what those deliverables were, and how they've evolved over the last 5 years. As many of you know, we've gone through so many changes. We've been through a pandemic, so the deliverables have looked a little bit different each year, and how we executed, but to stay in alignment with what the needs were of our MOU. So I'll just start and I'll go through it pretty quickly. But more than anything, I just want to say that I'm grateful for this moment. I'm grateful for how far we've all come together, and I'm super excited to see what the future can look like for Hollister and for San Benito County. And these groups behind us, that's a tough act to follow, but that tells me there's a lot of work that's been done and there's a lot of work to continue to be done. I don't envy all that's on everybody's plate today, tomorrow, and in the future. So thank you all for being part of this journey that we're taking together, because this is a lot. So I'm going to go into my presentation.
Shell, you realize this is a video, right?
Is it?
Yes.
So we submitted the PDF version too. Do you guys
Yeah,
have
the
the
PDF version's in the packet. Paul,
in
maybe
the
we can
agenda
pack
packet?
it up.
I can press play. Play works too. I'll just go real fast. Like
For
a
sake of
chipmunk.
time.
No,
we could
just give
do
us a
that.
minute, Michelle.
Okay.
Yeah, let's start with the sheet.
That's what all of our nonprofits have done. They've adopted and adapted and conquered.
Well, to be fair, I sent 3 different versions, like, so that we could have options.
We'll do it this way. Okay, try.
And here we are. Okay, so like I mentioned, the San Benito County Chamber of Commerce and Visitor Center is a 501c3 and C6. We serve dual roles of stepping in when we need to and helping everybody regardless of membership. But our foundation, well, we are primarily a membership organization, and our foundation allows us to do specialty projects as needed for the community and for our members. In our MOU, it asked us to help create a tourism strategy for Hollister and for San Benito County, and we've done that. So in our strategy, we have digital marketing, print media, community impact programs and events, regional representation, and collaboration. It's hard to see it up there, but in the packet, we included our reach and our network so that you guys can see that when we promote San Benito County, internally, this is what we're promoting and all of the businesses within it, and how we're reaching people is through social media, through our websites, through our newsletters. And we know information changes fast, so that's why for us, our main focus on marketing is digital, because we wanted to be able to adapt quickly and reach a lot of people. These are all of our chamber-owned and managed pages. These are QR codes which will direct you to either a website or a Facebook page or an Instagram page, because information goes so fast. Some of these are member page, like more member driven, because you have to be a paid member to promote in some groups, but anything that's funded by public funds, you don't have to be a chamber member to access those groups. So we just wanted it to be fair and also in alignment with our membership, but also in alignment with the MOU that's accessible to everybody. Here's some fun data about our website engagement. A lot of people go to the chamber website. We have a lot of new viewers every month. SavorSanBenito.com is a really cool website we made in the middle of the pandemic. We wanted to quantify how many restaurants and CSAs and markets we had here in San Benito County. So regardless of chamber membership, all businesses are listed on SavorSanBenito.com. It's a really great reference for people to have access to all of these restaurants. In the MOU, it asks that we be collaborators and partners and that we work together with so many different agencies. We very closely work with Pinnacles National Park. In our recent tourism committee meeting, Superintendent Blakastransky let us know that at the start of this journey together, they were a little bit upwards of 250,000 visitors per year, and now they're over 350,000 visitors per year at the park, in large part to recent promotions that they've done for themselves and also in partnership with the Chamber of Commerce. In April alone, they reached the record in the history of Pinnacles National Park as far as visitors in 1 month of 58,000 visitors. In the MOU, it asks that we represent the city of Hollister by being part of collaborative groups and having regional representation. I serve on the board of directors for the Central Coast Tourism Council, which goes from Santa Clara County down to Ventura. I am the only representative that serves on that board from San Benito County. There are seats available to other businesses, agencies, hotels, or attractions that could be also on that tourism council. We have actively been part of the San Benito County Economic Development Committee between the city and the county. And then we also have a tourism committee, which is in our MOU, that regardless of membership, we have a tourism committee that meets monthly, and businesses and attractions from different industries, primarily representing tourism, meet monthly so we can talk about how we can elevate the tourism industry. In print marketing, we have magazines and also maps that we have helped finance. Well, the city has helped us finance. So we've done the Yosemite National Park Journal in 21, 22, and 23. And all those years we have a 4-page spread that talks about San Benito County and Pinnacles National Park and other attractions within Hollister, like our restaurants, our historic downtown, and things you can see. From all of those publications, we receive leads. We have over 6,000 leads of people with their name, address, phone number, and the season in which they want to come to San Benito County to visit Pinnacles National Park. So we stay connected with these people. So like last year when we had the city sesquicentennial gala, we invited all of these people to come. We also have maps, the Central Coast Tourism Council map. On there, we have our Chamber of Commerce, we have Pinnacles National Park, and throughout the years, we have added other attractions so that when people pick up this map all around the United States, they can come to Hollister, and we have at least some representation there to attract people to come visit us. We are the California Film Commission location, so each county has a designated representative for California Film Commission. So San Benito County Chamber of Commerce is the California Film Commission representative for San Benito County. So we have received requests from MGM and Netflix and A&E and a lot of companies to bring crews here to film and do all kinds of fun stuff. So last year alone, we had 8 requests for filming in San Benito County. For tourism and economic development, they always kind of go hand in hand. When a business relocates here or wants to relocate here, we help showcase why they should come to San Benito County. We show all of the assets that we have here in Hollister and San Benito, how it would be a great place for them to move their business and their employees. I think having a great place to live is what makes a company want to relocate here to San Benito County. So I feel like the first line of defense with economic development is definitely having a location to promote, and that continual regional promotion, even if it might be a tourist, those people might work for or own a company that wants to relocate. So I feel like tourism and economic development have always gone hand in hand. Some of the projects that we are currently working on and have been working on in the past few years are Technova's expansion, Gilray Ostrich Farms' relocation out of Santa Clara County, Mexico Bakery coming to San Benito County as an expansion, the Fairfield Inn and Suites, companies like Hello Desk and Panettone. We've worked with a lot of companies that need support, and for them, what they need is a resource. They need people who know about this community. They know how to connect them to people within local agencies, but also to give them information and data about what we have here. These are some infographics that we made, and we give them to real estate agents, anybody that needs information about San Benito County. These are snapshots of what we have going on here from a tourism perspective, but also just data about like what the industry looks like. So if a tech company wants to come, they're going to see that there's not a bunch of competition in tech, but there also is a community of tech companies that can support them if they do relocate here as well. So these have been used for like commercial developers that have gone to different places like Las Vegas for workshops and conferences to say like, hey, we want to build something in San Benito County, like a restaurant or a store. So they've used this information to say, hey, you guys should check out San Benito County. So it's been helpful for a lot of people, and it's helpful for us. Anytime we have new residents in San Benito County, we always provide information like this, so it helps create a sense of place. We've done some events that have been partnerships with the city and the county. Last year we did Savor San Benito Summer Series out at Swank Farms, and it was a great first-time event for us. We wanted people to be able to do something local that celebrated local businesses. So almost all of these businesses make, manufacture, and distribute here in San Benito County. So it was really cool to have an event that was just a bunch of locals celebrating each other and having a good time in the summer. SavorSanBenito.com is a website that we built during the pandemic with support from community donors that wanted to see businesses have access to a working website or a place where people could find them. During the pandemic, when our workforce that normally commutes out of town was here in San Benito County, they needed to know where to eat, where they could go, who was doing takeout, who was doing pickup, who's doing delivery. SavorSanBenito.com helped connect people to businesses. And this works really cool. It has a widget function, so if you wanted to just search up like tacos or just hamburgers, it would filter it for you, and it kind of makes like a food itinerary. It's pretty cool. And in the video version, this is a video that plays just showing you more about the website. Discover San Benito is a website that we have that highlights San Benito County and Hollister and Tres Pinos and Paisinas and Aromas and everything within it. Everything from attractions to restaurants to hotels to wineries. We have a lot of really cool stuff here. I say we are more fortunate than most because we have more than most, and I'm super grateful for it. And Discover San Benito on Instagram and on our website, it's pretty cool because it just shows you everything that we have. We have a visitor center in downtown Hollister. We're open Tuesday through Friday from 9 to 3. And people come in all day And they just sometimes just want to pop in and say, hey, sometimes they want a map, sometimes they have questions, and sometimes they want to know, hey, what's going on in city council, or hey, what's going on down here, or hey, when's that new restaurant going to open? So it's always really cool that we're able to be that direct line to the community. We create visitor packets for anybody that needs them. If a real estate agent gives us, an hour notice, we'll make as many packets as they need at no cost to them. And when people come to San Benito County as a visitor, we make them at no cost too. And if people can't make it down to the chamber, or for any reason we're closed, there's a lot of other locations that have pop-ups, like Pinnacles National Park, Hollister Hills, BNR Farms, Thousand Trails, Grillin' and Chillin' Ale House. There's a lot of places that you can go and grab information to just on the go. So San Benito County has a lot of hotels and lodging. We actually weren't sure how many places there were for people to stay, but when there was the fire in Big Sur, we wanted to add up all of our inventory of where people could stay. So knowing how many Airbnbs and lodging and hotels and motels and RV campsites we have, that's really important for us to know, to be able to take inventory of that, but also to help people when they want to come to San Benito County to stay. This is also a really great framework for understanding how much tax is coming into San Benito County based on the occupancy. When we called a lot of the hotels, we knew like if they were at 82% occupancy or 90% occupancy. So when we look at the TOT tax and their occupancy, we know how we're doing, and it's kind of cool to see like how that's been trending upward just by staying connected to the hotels. In most communities that have a national park, they all have an adventure run, which brings thousands upon thousands of people to that community for this adventure run. People travel from afar. We didn't have one, so last year we did one for the first time virtually. And it was really cool because it was a lot of great visibility for us and for the national park. As I mentioned earlier, we are the designated location for the California Film Commission, and we have been supporting the film industry for years when there are requests for permits. So even if somebody's going to do simple filming up at like Pinnacles National Park or at Hollister Hills, we always know who's filming, so we always have access to that content. I think that's pretty much it for me. I definitely want to say thank you all for your time. I think I took longer than I thought I was going to, only because I'm super passionate about it. I know that in addition to everything that you see in the slides, we've done a lot of programs in partnership with the city and partnership with the county. And we're super proud to have been able to do this in partnership with the city of Hollister over the past 5 years. I know that when we come up here, we say what we've done in hopes that it inspires a renewed desire to continue funding. But for us, it's a little bit different. We're actually not requesting to renew an MOU for services, because I think there are so many things that the budget is needing to be allocated towards, and we don't want to take from that. We want to continue adding to it. I think with everything that we're doing, a lot of it, we know it's bringing sales tax revenue, it's bringing people, it's filling up hotels. So for us, we want to pour back into what's going into the community instead of taking from it. So we're not going to stop doing the good work that we're doing. We just don't want to currently ask for funding for this specific project. We just want to keep doing good work, and we want to be a good partner to you guys, and we just thank you for everything we have done so far together. So many of these things would not have been possible without your partnership and support. Do you have any questions?
Councilmember Burns, do you want to start?
I do, of course. Thank you, Mayor. So first of all, thank you for your enthusiasm and your positiveness. It's contagious, and it's infectious in a very good way, I think. And so you hit on a couple things that I was curious about. Knowing the challenges that energizing businesses are going to face moving forward, have you run into that obstacle as well, and how have you dealt with that?
So we've seen a lot of requests for services that we typically don't offer in membership benefits, and typically there aren't resources for. So we've kind of just been adapting to that because we want to be a good steward to all of the businesses that are coming to San Benito County and a good partner to the city. So for us, we've actually been working on a lot of ways that we can be of assistance, like referring them to EDC for support and services, and directing them to people that we know who are experts in their field. Sometimes it's connecting them to a member, or it's sometimes it is something we can do. And even if it's not necessarily a benefit, sometimes if it's like the best move to make, we'll definitely be a good support to a lot of businesses. What we've seen in the last few years during the pandemic, that so many small businesses and home-based businesses are reaching out for support through by way of membership. In the last couple months, we've had an influx of members. In April, we had 17 new members, and last month in May, we had 22 new members reach out and join the chamber. So I know there is no shortage of need. There's no shortage of no new businesses opening or reaching out for services, and I want us to be able to keep filling that need for them, to keep being available for those members and all businesses that might want to reach out to the chamber.
Thank you. With regard to, you spoke a little bit about hotels and the TOT, which is kind of an important thing to me, and I believe this council as well. Any sense for the occupancy rate as it relates to special events that would be generated by your agency or any other agency? Well, I'm trying to really get a feel for, on an average, do we have a 70% occupancy rate, or is it higher? And your work, HDC's work, you're bringing them to us and they're staying here. You talked about the Pinnacles and how they had 58,000 guests last month, which is amazing. I suspect several stayed there, several probably stayed on the southern end, but how many stayed in Hollister during that time, and what was the benefit from that? Because if they're staying in town, I'm hoping they're dining in town, they're buying their gasoline for their vehicles in town, or they're charging their e-vehicles, and so, any sense for any of that?
So we don't have the data like month by month, but we do have a direct relationship with the hotels. The Fairfield Inn and Suites and the Holiday Inn Express serve on our tourism committee. So when we have events coming, because we have a community events calendar that's on the chamber website that everybody can post on at no cost, and you don't have to be a member to do it either. So they have direct access to that, so they know when people are coming, so they can be prepared. So the hotel is very actively staying connected to what's going on in the community so that they can be ready for an influx of guests, but also a lot of the campsites and the RV parks and like Casa de Fruta, and when they have like the RV camp and trailer events, they reach out to us to make sure they can provide the best guest experience by saying, hey, what else is going on this weekend when these people are going to be here? We provide them all the information and maps that we have and things that are going on. We direct them to Savor San Benito so they can eat here while they're in town. So for us, it's just about connecting them to the resources so that people can have the best San Benito County experience, so they can shop local, support local, and just, keep that visitor dollar going from not just the hotel, but to the gas station, to the restaurants, to the local businesses, to the local shops. For us, like when HDA has their events, we make sure that we get those to the hotel, and I know they make sure they get them to the hotel too, so that anybody when they're in town, they can, whether they're local or whether they're a visitor, they can be part of these events and get a true understanding of who we are as a community, and I think that's really important.
I couldn't agree with you more. And I had a question, but I think you've answered it. But I think it would be helpful also to track the dollar value that your organization provides to the city of Hollister just indirectly through your services. I think there's always that's good data to have for discussions when it comes to funding. And so I would just ask that maybe you as an organization consider doing that as well. So thanks again. Great presentation. Thank you, Mayor. That concludes my comments.
Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you. So the fundraising event that you had for Dolores Morales through the president of the chamber at his car museum, was that an official chamber event?
I wasn't there. I don't know what you're talking about.
So it was not an official sponsored San Bernardino County Chamber event?
No. No.
Oh, all right. My apologies. I just remember last time, Mr. Herrera, you were here, you came up and said you don't get politically involved. So I just wanted clarity because I know that you can possibly, and I might be a little ignorant to this with the 501c6 or the 501(3), and I was just wondering where that said in our MOU that you were going to have fundraising events for us.
No. So
Thanks.
as a 501c6, typically chambers can be politically active. All the chambers in our region, Gilroy, Salinas, Morgan Hill, they all don't take any public funds, so they are very politically active. Because we've had an active relationship with the city of Hollister and the county and San Juan Bautista off and on since about 2015, the chamber has not been active politically. We have not endorsed a candidate. We do hold a forum, but everybody's invited. We don't vote, we don't rank, we don't do anything of that nature politically because it would be in conflict with the funding that we receive. So we don't. So anytime anybody, whether they're like a chamber member or like a chamber board member, anything they do is them as an individual, not as a chamber. So the chamber has never taken a position on a candidate.
Good to know. And it might be nice for you to disclose how much money you made for Miss Councilmember Morales. Thank you.
Actually, if I may, I was here at that council meeting. He didn't say the chamber. Okay, I think we're getting a little off topic. So if you, do you have any more questions related to the chamber's work? Or are you done? Councilmember.
That concludes my questions.
Councilmember Perez.
Thank you for all that you do. I love the San Benito County Chambers. I love all the organizations. I'm just full of love today. Anyways, I see the importance of what you do. I see the importance of what each and every organization is doing. And you know what? We're all better together. Thank you for what you do. We appreciate you, and we do support you.
Thank you.
Okay. I have a couple of questions for you. So first, thank you for the presentation. And I have to say, I've been to your websites. They're visually stunning. I'm a former designer, so I really appreciate the effort you guys have put in. My questions are about your advertising. So I know you do a lot of social media posting about events and things on local group pages, but I'm wondering, do you do any targeted advertising, like on Facebook or Instagram?
We haven't set aside a budget for any targeted ads, only because, well, so we have when we do events, like for Savor San Benito, we had a sponsor for marketing, so we did have budget for that.
Yeah.
But for us, because a lot of the times we're just promoting and recycling a lot of member events that are coming up, it wouldn't be fair to the member events if we just promoted specific ones. So unless they invest their own marketing dollars, then we can execute on their behalf. But we don't use any of our budget or the city budget to promote anything specific.
Gotcha. On your bigger events, I just think it's something worth looking at, simply because there's about 70% of the population here is on social media, but they're not always in those local group pages. So targeted advertising is not very expensive and can get you in front of some people that might bring them to your bigger events. So the other question I has to do with like your ads in Yellowstone. I know it's very expensive to do print advertising. So my question is kind of similar to Councilmember Burns, talking about data and finding out, what we've gained. You're spending a lot of money on print advertising. You want to see a return for your dollars. So I'm just wondering, have you done any kind of data compilation to kind of figure out the habits of folks that are visiting the Pinnacles? Because it's great that there's so much, it's very popular, and I've heard about the long lines coming out of Pinnacles, but I want to know more about what are their habits. Are they actually stopping in Hollister, or are they making the 40-mile trek past Hollister and bringing their bag lunch? And so I'd love to see some data mining on that, and I'm just wondering, have you done any of that yet, or is it in the works, or?
So Pinnacles National Parks actually has done an economic impact study, and they do that annually, and they are willing to share that with us. For us, it's just kind of like the capacity and the staff time to sift through it, and what are we going to do with that data? So again, because we don't want to just dedicate too much time to Pinnacles National Park right now because they're, of course, in the county and we're not funded by the county for tourism. We can't over dedicate a lot of time to that, even though there probably is a great return on investment. We really can't dedicate staff time to supporting just one attraction without there being some type of like contract for services.
Right. So I just, as a suggestion, because I think it's true also for Hollister Hills, which is actually closer to us. I think there are ways, I did attend that SEDS workshop. I did meet Dan Ripke, who's the Director of Economic Development and Innovation at Cal State Monterey Bay, and I was talking about how do you do this data mining, and one of the suggestions he came up with, and maybe it's something you can work when you work with Pinnacle, the partnership, he said get students with clipboards and vests and have them do surveys at the park entrance and find out what their habits are, because it might be able to direct us, and there's also GIS data that you can obtain that will inform us of habits. So there's been a lot of talk about Pinnacle tourism bringing, to Hollister, and I'm not convinced of it, and I want to see, is there a way that we could, maybe advertising signs on 25 about attractions might get people to stop, as opposed to just driving on past and camping there and not staying in our hotels. So it's just food for thought. So I think that's it for my questions. So do we want to go ahead then and take public comment at this point?
Mayor Casey, we have no public comments for this item.
Okay, well then why don't we just do some wrap up? Councilmember Burns, did you want to?
Well, to be consistent, Mayor, I again, 100% supportive. However, I would like to kick this down the road until the budget conversations. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you. Yeah, I've expressed my concerns about the political involvement of the chamber in the past. Your president stood up here and said you were not politically involved. I think that is false. It's very concerning that the amount of money that is being funneled from this individual to pro-development candidates over the last couple of years, and again, it could be pursued or construed as a conflict. On top of that, I remember Councilmember Morales brought this point up years ago. There seems to be a lot of overlap of services, and we asked, if I remember correctly, last time you were here, to clearly define what it is that you're doing, to clearly define the measurables and whether or not you made those metrics. I understand you're not coming up here asking for renewal of a contract. You probably don't need it at this time, I'm going to imagine, right? So congratulations to you. Best of luck to you guys in the future, but I cannot support a partnership with the Chamber of Commerce, not now and not in the future. Thank you.
Councilmember Perez.
I have nothing to say.
Okay, so I just want to be clear. So you are not looking for funding, you're just here sharing your data. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, so I want to say that, I think you guys have been doing a great job. I do love the Savor San Benito website. I love the events you've been doing. I do think that the chamber, can focus primarily on events outside the downtown area. And then if you do want to do some events downtown, collaborate with HDA and let, you guys can decide on who's the lead. And I think I had a conversation with Sean previously about the chamber does business training, but primarily for your members. And one of my suggestions was that you have these small mom and pop shops and new startups that could really benefit from those workshops. And so I'd like to suggest maybe think about, allowing non-members to participate in workshops, but just charge them a nominal fee. And you might actually get even more membership as they see the value, of the training and everything. But, generally, I think that you're all making strides at all three of the organizations. And I'm seeing you come together and working more collaboratively, which I love. I did attend the Economic Development Committee meetings that the county has been doing, and I've seen all of you at the table and kind of working together, and there's a power in that kind of synergy. So kudos to that. And the other thing I just want to say is that you really do all have your own lanes. The way that I look at it, my feeling is that the EDC is our regional marketing agency, and they would take the lead in that regard on recruiting business and industry. The chamber focuses on the existing businesses and providing support and networking opportunities, as well as taking the lead on tourism. And of course, the HDA is all about the downtown. And they're kind of community-oriented and taking the lead there. So I think you all have your own lanes, but there's also a lot of crossover opportunities for collaboration, and I hope you'll continue to, work and move forward the way you've been doing. I've been really impressed with all three of you listening at the meetings and hearing all the ideas and the exchange. So I think, Hollister is going to see some good things come out of this in the next year or so. Anyways, thank you very much for your presentation.
You're welcome. Thanks for having us.
All right, so would any members of the council or members of the public like to pull an item before we go to the consent agenda? Do we have any public requests?
We have no public comments for the consent agenda.
Okay. Councilmember Burns.
I do.
Okay, let me get
I
my
would
pen
like to
out
pull-
here.
Get your pen ready.
I know.
A6,
Which one?
A6,
6,
7,
7,
8,
8.
18, and 19, please.
My. And 19. Okay. 6, 7, 8, 6, 8. 19. Sorry, I just had to make sure to get these all down. All right, so, any others? No? All right, then can I have a motion to adopt the consent agenda with the exceptions of items 6, 7, 8, 18, and 19?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Okay, carries 4-0. All right, let's move to item 6, the claim against the city filed by Amy Yancey.
So, thank you, Mayor. I guess before I go there, I would also like to question and ask if there would be a way, moving forward with consent items, that we could extend the authority to the city manager so that we don't have to look at anywhere from probably 2 to 5, 6 road closures. I certainly have 100% confidence in the city manager and the city staff, to where I don't think I would see a need for council authorization on those unless there's something in the code that would require it. So,
Something we can,
so to just bring that up to start the conversation with that, and I'm happy to bring that back up at council member comments as well.
okay, good.
So I'd like a brief presentation on these items I've pulled to better understand them. I did read the staff report on A6, and I guess my concern there is there, were the actions of the city staff consistent with policies and procedures? And if not, I'd just like to ensure, I'm never going to question staff's decision to force entry into a residence where there's a medical aid call, but I would like to know, because the report, or the claims didn't state specifically, but it did raise that issue, and I understand that this is, the claims against the city, the formality is to decline the ask, and then it moves forward. So I understand the process, but I don't necessarily know that, in my mind, the packet of information was thorough, so.
Right. So you are right that the idea is the rejection of claims to get the statute of limitations running, because that shortens the time period for if someone were to bring a lawsuit against the city. Your risk manager has reviewed this and all of the facts. I would be remiss to talk about staff's performance in a public meeting. If we were to be sued, that could be used against the city, or the city could probably use that as a defense. So I'm not prepared to talk about detailed actions of staff.
Understood. So is there a policy, though? I guess that's my question.
A policy as in a city policy regarding claims?
Department, whether it be, in this case, I believe it involved both the police and fire departments.
I'd have to let the chief answer if there's a specific policy, but I wouldn't get into specifics about personnel performance, chief. Just answer if there's a policy.
I believe it is our policy to respond to medical calls, especially when we're closer and faster than some of the medical fire and medics responding. And not going into details about this case, I think well within our policy of what the officer did.
Thank you, Chief. So, having said that in mind, I'm willing to move forward to recommend approving A 6, 7, and 8, because I think there'll be similar conversations. Having said that, though, I'd also like to request that for these 3 items that we do bring it to closed session, to have those kind of conversations moving forward on these 3 and others like. I've been on the council now for 2.5 years, and these are each one of these are one-offs, so they're kind of unique in my mind, and 2 involve issues with, not complaints, but damage involving city departments, and in one case it was a maintenance issue. And so I think as a council member, I think we do have some responsibility to ensure that policies and procedures do exist. And I understand why it can't necessarily be placed in the packet, but I think moving forward, I would like to have more information on these. And I understand the process. So that would be my comment on 6, 7, and 8. And so, Mayor, I'm good.
Okay, well, we're going to have to take public comment on each item.
Right.
Thank you, Councilmember Resendez, for pointing that out. So can we take public comment then on item 6?
Mayor Casey, there are no public comments for item A6.
Move to adopt A6.
Is there a second? Second. All right, all in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
4-0. Let's move on to item 7, claim against the city filed by Trindle Insurance Fund. Do we have public comment?
Mayor Casey, there are no public comments for item A7.
Can I get a motion?
Move to adopt A7.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Aye. 4-0. All right, and item 8, claim against the city filed by Adinea Avina. Do we have public comment for that one?
Mayor Casey, there are no public comments for item A7.
All right, can I get a motion, please?
Move to adopt A8.
Is there a second? Okay. All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. 4-0. Now let's move on to item 18, resolution number 2023-101, resolution of the City Council of the Hollister naming as City Park the Cesar Chavez Community Park Recreation. Mr. Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. I would just ask that staff do a brief presentation. This has been a conversation of this council and past council, and I think this is formalizing something that I think the community can benefit from hearing more about. So please, Mayor.
Good evening, Mayor Casey on council, Tina Garza. I'm here to inform you that we had an application from a resident to name an undeveloped park near Fire Station 2, the Cesar Chavez Community Park. And this item did not go to our Parks and Recreation Commission because we still do not have a quorum, so we're bringing it forward to council. There will be minimal financial impact on the city of Hollister, as the policy states that all costs, including staff time and labor and materials associated with the installation of the sign, is borne to the individual group or organization sponsoring the request. Are there any questions?
And who is the resident that put in an application to name this park Cesar Chavez Park?
Mickey Luna.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
If I could clarify, I believe the request was through the nonprofit, the Latino Coalition of San Benito County, and then she completed the paperwork as a representative.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. Okay.
If I could just make a quick comment.
Oh, we're going
Oh,
to
sorry.
take public comment.
I'm
we can
sorry.
Come back. So do we have any public comment?
Mayor Casey, there are no public comments for this item.
Okay. So do we have any final comments then?
I do, thank you. Yeah, I just think this was a nice item to pull. Thank you, Councilmember Burns. We do got to give credit where credit's due. Mickey's my predecessor. I'm her predecessor. Mickey has always stood up for the rights and advocated for the Latino community. If it wasn't for her, we wouldn't have changed the name. We wouldn't know the history that is attached to Cesar Chavez, and I really do appreciate her advocating to get the park named Cesar Chavez. So thank you, Mickey Luna, and everybody else that's involved in that.
did you have anything further?
No, Mayor, I don't. Thank you.
Then can I get a motion?
So moved.
All right, and all in favor?
Yes.
Yes. All right, carries 4-0. Now we can move on to item 19, resolution number 2023-102, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister awarding a contract for downtown tree lighting services to the Christmas Light Guy Company. Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. Again, I'd just like a brief staff presentation. I know that several members of this council have been advocating for this for years, actually, and so I cannot say how grateful I am and thankful that we're at that point. And I would say, yeah, I'll save my comment for after the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, William Vai, Community Services Director. We issued an RFP in March of this year, request for proposals to install the downtown tree lights, and these are for the cross streets between Monterey and East. I got turned around there for a second. Between Monterey and East, from 4th Street to South Street, about 100 crepe myrtle trees, and they'll be basically the same lights that we have on San Benito Street on the trees and installed in the same fashion. They're just a smaller light because the crepe myrtles are a much smaller tree. We received 4 proposals. They were rated by city staff on a pre-formulated rating sheet that was included in the RFP, and the Christmas Light Guy scored the highest on average score from all the raters.
Thank you, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Will there be any maintenance done on those on San Benito Street? My understanding is there's some that are faulty there as well.
Yes, I did reach out to the representative from the company and asked if they would honor that same price per tree that they bid for these trees for any trees that needed to be updated on or replaced on San Benito Street, and they said that they would honor that price. So before they start work on installing these lights, we're going to turn all those lights on, check them, and see any of them that need to be repaired or replaced on San Benito Street, so that when they're done, all of the lights will be working.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I have a comment I'll reserve till we're done. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Resendez?
Thank you. So I know I've talked to the city manager about this in private, and I don't even know if we can do this, but I've been asking for lights on our City of Hollister sign. We got a beautiful sign. Everything's lighting up, but at night it's completely dark. I'm just wondering if we can, I think it would be convenient to contract with the same gentleman, or if we can tweak the contract a little bit, or is that just not allowed since we followed the RFQ process already to see if he can even assist in helping us light up our sign?
So we're working with the vendor of the Hollister sign right now. There are lights that are going to be part of that. What we are working with is the street light that is above it on the western side. Those are solar lights that come on at nighttime, and so the light of the street light is preventing that from coming on. So we have to work to, 1, pivot it, and to 2, make sure that it's not too dim in that intersection. So William is working with the sign company, and we will be meeting with him tomorrow.
Okay, and if not, maybe we can expand the scope of this contract, or we can find somewhere to have this gentleman, because I think it'd just be convenient. Thank you.
Councilmember Chris?
Just a couple of quick questions. The lights that are going up and the lights that are going to be replaced, those are just one colored lights, or the LED where they're multicolored?
They're LED, but they're just white lights, like the ones that are installed now in San Benito.
And those are great. And I was just wondering, has anyone ever thought about doing colored lights, where we could change the colors for like our downtown events, you know?
I'm sure
Do they have that option?
somebody may have thought of that, but that's not what was issued in the RFP and not the direction that I received.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay. Do we have any public comment?
Mayor Casey, there are no public comments for this item.
Okay. Do you have further?
Thank you, Mayor. I just have one comment, and it's to nobody in the audience, but for Bill Musford from Bill's Bullpen. It only took us 2.5 years, Bill, but I think we're at the finish line, and so thank you for being patient. Sometimes things just take time in government, so thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. So can I get a motion on this item?
So moved.
And is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
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 Thank you.
All right. That takes care of our consent. Yeah, this is the time for anyone in the audience to speak on any item not on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speaker cards are available in the lobby and are to be completed and given to the city clerk before speaking. When the city clerk calls your name, please come to the podium, state your name and city for the records, and speak to the city council. If you're joining us via Zoom, please click on the bottom of your screen to raise your hand. If you're joining us via Zoom using a cell phone, please press *9. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes, with a maximum of 30 minutes per subject matter. Please note, state law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking action on any items not on the agenda. So do we have public comment?
Mayor Casey, we have no public comments.
Oh, wow. Okay. Let's move on then to the city manager's report.
Nothing to report at this time, Mayor.
Yeah. Do we have a report from our police chief?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No, I don't have a report today.
Okay. City clerk, no? And Mr. De Silva, do you have anything to report?
Just to report that I attended Tyler Connect conference in San Antonio a couple weeks ago, with emphasis on a few applications that the city uses and some of the support issues we're having with Tyler. They are pushing a lot of their applications to the cloud, and there were some requirements that are going to change as far as being able to authenticate on some of those applications to increase security, and so we worked on some of those items when I came back from them.
Cool. City attorney, do you have anything to report?
I will toward the end of the meeting, Mayor. I think this is just about trainings, and I don't have any trainings I've attended.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to public hearing. We have ordinance number 1235, an ordinance of the City of Hollister approving zoning ordinance amendment 2023-5 to amend the City of Hollister Municipal Code to repeal Chapter 17.22.235 for mobile food and replace it with a new Chapter 10.50 and amending Chapter 17 to address zoning districts where mobile food vending is permitted. We have the staff report.
Thank you, Mayor, council members, and members of the public. I will attempt not to cough throughout this whole thing. And I do have a presentation. Give us just a second. Great, thank you. So tonight you are looking at the first reading or the introduction of a mobile food vending ordinance. This has been an ordinance that's been in the works for a long time and taken a lot of public participation. So the Development Services Division is happy to present this evening. The amendments, as the mayor so mentioned, would be a repealing of a section of the current section of the zoning code 17.22235 that addresses mobile food in the city, amending chapter 10 and then adding a new chapter 10 to 4060 mobile food, which is the more proper location for addressing mobile food in the city. Also, we'd be amending the land use tables within the zoning ordinance to include mobile food vending as an allowed use, and also adding appropriate definitions. So just a quick background, the city of Hollister had been noticing and has been noticing an influx of mobile vendors that wish to operate within the city. Our existing code is very outdated. It severely limits zones where operations can occur and the time frames where mobile food vending can occur. For example, you can only, a mobile vendor in the public right-of-way can only stop for a period of 10 minutes. to provide service to a customer. And so the City Council had heard from the public and directed staff to prepare new regulations. So the current section, it severely limits where mobile food is allowed. Right now, mobile food vending is allowed in the industrial areas, around the airport, and some of the commercial areas, but not in where the mobile food vendors are really looking to operate. It also doesn't, so it doesn't address community needs. It also doesn't really address any of the different types of mobile food vendor permits. And so that's one thing that we'll go into tonight. And as I stated before, currently mobile food is not located in the correct municipal code chapter. This is a part of the Planning Division's presentation. You will see this frequently. Part of the overall grand update of the city's zoning ordinance, you're going to see consistency in each of these ordinances, so they're very easy for staff to understand, for elected and appointed officials to understand, as well as the general public. So there's always a purpose and definition and how they apply your rules and regulations. It'll tell everybody exactly how they are allowed to operate, any exceptions, and also what do you do if you break the law. So every code section will have this very clear and easy to read format. So the applicability of location for the new ordinance is citywide. So the permit types are attempting to address all locations within the city and apply new rules and regulations. So currently allowed, as I was telling you, is in North Gateway, light industrial, the industrial business park, airport, and airport support. We would call those kind of our underserved areas, if you will. There are, as far as the location of brick and mortar restaurants that are in close proximity. And as we said, there will be, with certain restrictions, all zoning districts are covered. So there's 3 different types of permits that this particular ordinance addresses. So we're going to be looking at what happens in the public right-of-way, what happens on the street, as well as what happens on private property, on developed private property. There are other instances within the city where mobile food vending can occur with a special event permit, which we see at the farmer's market, so that's already permitted with that special event permit. If somebody wants to have a one-day special event, they can apply for a temporary use permit through the planning office. That's already permitted. What is not being addressed now, and this is also in your staff report, is permanent mobile food courts, if you will, which is what a lot of people have been talking about. That is a pretty significant land use change, and there's engineering, building, other planning types of things that would need to all come together for that land use and look at where we would actually want to have those within the city. So that is forthcoming. So I just wanted to be very clear that this particular ordinance is addressing the easy ones, if you will, and that harder one we definitely want to address soon. So the short term would be a permit in the public right-of-way, so on a street, and that would be in all districts within the city. The long term, so the short term is for a 1 hour period of time. The long term within the public right-of-way would be in those underserved areas as we were talking about before. So your North Gateway commercial, industrial, and manufacturing zones. That would be for a 4 hour period of time. So that would be addressing those areas that don't have a lot of brick and mortar restaurants. Maybe there's other types of, you've got an industrial building and there's a vendor that does breakfast food and wants to go up and park in that area. And that allows that longer period of time. There are also other types of vendors that it takes a longer time for because of the type of food that they have. When they park their truck, they have fryers that need to heat up, fryers that need to cool down and need longer than that 1 hour period. And then on developed private property, this would be a legally developed site that has an established use, not a vacant site, and parking. and that would be within our mixed-use industrial, manufacturing, and commercial zoning districts. This would be an agreement, a permit that would be issued by the city with an agreement with a property owner that they say, yes, you, Mr. or Ms. Mobile Food Vendor, you can park on my property, and you have with all of those different property owners, it would be a separate permit. And so that they could then operate during the established hours of operation of that business or an alternative agreement. Residential zoning, the state law does not permit the city to completely prohibit mobile vending in residential zones, but we can look at time, place, and manner, and we look at also health and safety. So we did look at, for the timing, in order to not disrupt our residential districts, is limiting the hours of mobile vending between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m., and then in all other zoning districts between the hours of 6 a.m. and 12 a.m. One of the benefits of having the hours of operation to go to 12 a.m. is a lot of our restaurants close early, and it allows just those extra couple of hours. I think I've heard from the police department, they kind of like it when the bars get out and, you know, there's somewhere for people to eat. And so that's where the proposal's at 12 a.m. So as we talked about, the short term would be 1 hour in one location, and then they would need to move to a different block and could not return to the same block for another 4 hours. So that would be kind of a moving around, if you will. So they would have to do that. And then the vending from the location where they move has to be a minimum of 1 block away. The long-term parking for a maximum of 4 hours, there is really no limitation on where you have to move after that 4 hours. And then the private property operations is 6 to 12, but like I said, concurrent with the business hours of operations or some alternative schedule. Some special restrictions that you'll see in residential is the vendor would need to maintain 50 feet from a single-family residence. A lot of our residential zoning districts are not just 100% residential. You've got parks, you've got other types of operations that happen, and so there would be ample space for mobile food vendors to operate within residential districts. And also no commercial operations on private property. So you couldn't go and park in somebody's driveway and just, you know, kind of open it up and, hey, the taco truck's in my driveway. They would still need to be located in the public right-of-way. Some areas of the city that were identified to prohibit mobile vending, and this is due to safety, and that would be on 4th between West Side and Monterey Street, as well as all of South Street. And then also I wanted to clarify that mobile vendors in the right-of-way would not be able to vend from a diagonal parking spot. There's a requirement that they must be parallel to the sidewalk, and that is so the queuing of customers is safe. It's on a public sidewalk, and there's no conflicts potentially with people wanting to park in, especially in the diagonal spaces. The type of permit would be an administrative level permit, likely issued by the planning division. I'd like to give it to Chief Reynoso, but I think he's going to want us to do it. But it would be an administrative mobile annual permit. So for each different type, you could apply for all 3 types. You could apply for, I'd like the short-term permit, I'd like a long-term permit. Oh, and I've also have a couple of private property owners that have agreed that I can park on their site. Each permit, it would be $156.95 per year, and then they could renew every year. That fee is already an established fee in our fee schedule for an administrative level permit or an over-the-counter permit, if you will. So just the approval process that this ordinance has gone through, it did go to the Planning Commission on April 27th, and there was a unanimous recommendation for City Council approval. On May 22nd, we held a public outreach meeting, which was, I thought, a lot of fun. We actually had about 36 people show up, a good cross-section We had folks that represented the brick and mortars, and then the mobile food vendors. We had some appointed and elected officials, and it was a good conversation. The whole goal of this was to introduce the ordinance and to be able to have a conversation. The attendees were notified that it was an official public comment at that time, and they were encouraged to attend this meeting and also their second opportunity at the June 20th meeting for the second reading. So tonight we're doing the introduction. If the ordinance passes tonight, it would go then for the second reading on June 20th, and then it would go into effect on July 20th. Staff's recommendation is to approve the ordinance, and also asking that the council confirm the administrative permit fee of $156.95, which is already an established fee, or continue for clarification or modification. And with that, I will take any questions.
Councilmember Burns, would you like to start?
I'd love to, Mayor. Thank you. So, thank you. I'm so excited to see this moving forward. I appreciate your comment that this is just the start and we're not done. And so I do have just a couple of questions. So, did I hear you say this in essence will be an over-the-counter permit?
That's correct. So what a vendor would come in, they would have to provide some documentation. Of course, they would need to go to the health department, get their certificate, a business license to the extent that it's required. And also if it's on private property, they would have a notarized statement, an agreement. So we'll be able to provide all of these documents. If they have all of the documentation, then we issue the permit right there.
Okay.
It could take a couple of days until we get everything,
Right.
put together, but definitely just within a couple of days.
And I'm thinking with the IT moving forward and going to Acela, it would be reasonably easy to move it around department to department for sign-offs. I'm a little concerned that maybe the PD won't get a review before it gets approved, but I also understand we want to move them forward timely, but I think it would be helpful to have the PD have some buy-in, and maybe the fire department as well, so that they know what's happening. And maybe you're going to do that anyway, just it's not mentioned.
The goal would be to, before all of the permits, the application, here's all of the information that you need to provide, which already is in the ordinance, but we want to make it very, very clear. There will be discussions with all of the different departments that are impacted within the city. And I would be specifically working with code enforcement, because they're the ones that would be, enforcing this, to help make sure that the program meets all of the department's needs.
Great. That's a perfect answer, as I see it. I see it similar to Development Review Committee, to just make sure that we're not overlooking something. Appreciate you mentioning the health department, because well, they might not have a direct involvement with the city operation. So I would presume they'll have to go to the health department first.
Right. So all of the trucks or trailers, depending upon what they have, require inspection. They already do their own special fire inspection, so we don't need to be duplicative with that. They don't need a fire inspection because that's included with their health permit.
Perfect. And so you mentioned I think you said $150 fee, and so how did we come to that number? I'm sure that there was some science to it, but do we have a fee study that has been done, not only for this, but I'm a little off topic here, but all of our fees, because there should be some method to justify the actual cost that we're charging for these. And frankly, it feels like $150 is probably not enough, but I would like to see some sort of a report to show the nexus, please.
And Casey can address the user fee study. This particular fee is from the user fee study plus the CPI increase from last year. That's why it's $156.95.
Okay.
Good evening, Casey Astorga, Admin Services Director. So the city is currently undergoing a process to review all of our existing fees for that nexus calculation. And so that process will include an interview essentially of each department that's associated with that, the literal staff time of each classification, number of hours, et cetera, to show the cost of providing a service, and then relying on city policies to understand what our cost recovery mechanism would be. So that's something that's currently undergoing and hopefully comes back to council in the next couple months here.
And since you're the money man, can we talk a little bit about the cost for the business license? As I understand it, that would be an associated cost.
So a business license is a tax, which is separate from a user fee. And so adjusting that business license tax would be subject to Prop 218 and would have to go to voters to amend it.
So we are or we're not going to charge them we are.
I apologize. So yes, so as written right now, our city rules require a business license for every location essentially. So if someone had a brick and mortar, they'd be required to pay that business license tax for that brick and mortar. If they had a mobile vending operation as well, it would be a subsequent and separate business license tax required.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Just a couple more questions and then I'll hush for the moment. And so, let's talk about, and you may have covered this, but we do have some businesses that are long-standing vacant with large parking lots, wink, wink. I'm not clear on, could they go to those large parking lots as long as they had an agreement with the property owner because the businesses are no longer in operation?
Not under this ordinance. So that would be our second part that we need to address, to talk about these vacant sites. We have vacant sites that, like I'm thinking, the old KFC site.
Mm-hmm.
It's a vacant site, and it's in the fault zone. So that we also have those properties to take a look at. There's a lot of, it's actually kind of exciting that this possibly could be a use for those in the future. This particular ordinance would not permit those because there's not an established use on the site.
Perfect. And the final question is, during the public outreach, what was the general consensus about the ordinance as proposed?
I think the general consensus was from the folks that I heard from, is that we like food trucks, and people were really excited about having mobile food vending. There are some, and you'll hear some public comment tonight, and the city attorney is prepared to answer this one. There was some concern about competition, so parking in front of a brick and mortar, and so and I've kind of left that up to legal. There's state law that limits what the city can do as far as, really only limiting for health and safety. But I can ask Mary Lerner if you wanted to, address that now, or we can address it later on.
Your preference.
I'll address it.
After, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you to you, your presentation, your staff, and City Legal. This has been a long time coming, and I am so excited. Thank you all.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. It was very informative, and again, I concur with Councilmember Burns. This is like another Christmas lights presentation here, so we're excited to see it come forth finally. Short-term, 1 hour anywhere. Did you borrow this from somewhere? Because to me, it seems like it's a little bit short for just 1 hour.
Mm-hmm.
And what were the other options if you did look at other cities? What are they doing?
Well, I helped prepare this ordinance in the city of Monterey back in 2009. I don't know, it was a long time ago. So there was a lot of trial and error with this, and this is kind of where we came up with this, the 3 different types of permits in order to, what the real focus was is we knew the city knows that it needs to allow mobile food vending throughout the city, and we can only regulate based on health and safety. So what was an appropriate time frame? And City of Monterey settled on 1 hour, and it's still been an hour. I went back and looked at, they've modified their ordinance a couple of times, but it stayed with 1 hour. The one thing that happens is when you get over an hour, so basically, then there have to be public restrooms within, I believe it's 400 feet, it's 200 or 400 feet of the location. or you have to have an agreement with somebody on private property that customers and also the people that are working in the food truck can utilize the restrooms. That's where the 1 hour came from. I think that we've got some wiggle room. We could go to 90 minutes or something like that. But once you hit that 2 hour period, that's when restrooms have to be provided. The 4 hour one, they definitely have to be parking within that certain number of feet of a public restroom. I believe it is 400 feet.
Yeah, I was just curious about that. And again, I'd like to hear back from the food vendors that are here tonight and see what their preference is, but I'm not opposed to lengthening it to just under 2 hours. Because if I'm just trying to look at this, let's just say somebody gets out from a bar and there's nothing open and then there's a long line. Like, it's going to seem kind of cumbersome to have to move every hour and, follow all of these things. So I think closer to 2 hours might be beneficial, but I'd love to hear again from the speakers here today. So for the other one, the third option, developed or alternative schedule. What does alternative schedule mean?
I think that would come up with, say for example, you have, I'm just saying, maybe an operation that only is open 2 days a week. That's when the store is open. But the agreement would be you can park on my site and operate your mobile food truck even when we're not open. That would be the alternative schedule.
Got it. So as long as they're zoned for that, then the days that they're not there. Okay, that makes sense. I don't know if we should clearly define that a little bit better, but it was just confusing to me, the language.
I think there's a lot of variables that could happen. I can imagine that maybe you have a business that opens at noon, but the food vendor serves breakfast food, and we'd like you to be able to come earlier on the site. So I think there's a lot of variables.
Okay. Yeah, the more the better. And then I think you spoke about enforcement a little bit. So this is going to be enforced under code enforcement, and it's going to be enforced in the same way, I would imagine. So I guess it's a complaint-based system, right? Code enforcement. But what I'm getting at is, what about when they're not working? How do you handle those types of situations? And I guess, Chief, you could probably answer that.
Excuse me, the question is, if there's no code enforcement working?
Yeah, like after hours.
Then that would be the police department, if there's a complaint
in
regards to that.
Good to know. That's it. I'm just looking forward to hearing from the public.
And the goal is to have, if you can visualize, 3 different colored permits. Your short-term, your long-term, your private property permit, that would have to be clearly displayed, similar to a business license. So it's easy for code enforcement to come up, or say somebody has a complaint, somebody's parked on my property, I haven't given them permission. It'll be pretty clear. We'll also be having a log of all of the different permits, and all of the different applications and contact information. Police department will have that, code enforcement will have that, and all of their permit numbers.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Councilman Perez.
So what's this system, there's a truck that's not very compliant with all these things. So their permit would be good for the year, and if they're not compliant, a good foodie truckie, then the only way to discourage that is by not, can we refuse one of these permits? I mean, is this the only tool of getting them to follow rules, all of our rules?
So, the city can actually, under the proposed ordinance, let's see. You've got me reading the ordinance, 1 second.
I know, I got lost in there, so.
So, yeah, there is, under the suspension or revocation of a mobile food vending permit, and that's proposed 10.50100. It talks about if the Development Services Director designee determines there's been a violation of the permit, you can provide a notice of intent to revoke. And it describes the violation. I mean, this is all very, very similar to what we would do in other circumstances. And then the permit can be immediately revoked, and then the mobile food truck vendor can appeal that decision. Okay. So that would be an administrative decision, and it can be appealed.
Thank you. And just to let you know, I do support more than an hour.
To answer your other question about renewal of the mobile food vending permit, that we really, then there is also a compliance plan. So if somebody had a permit revoked or suspended, then they would actually have to come up with a compliance plan that'll detail the measures they've taken to comply with the requirements. It's basically you're on probation a little bit, right? But here's what we're going to do in order, and we promise that we'll comply, and then they would have their next chance.
Good job.
Yep.
Okay. So first, I just want to say great job on the community outreach. I was the little fly in the wall listening, and it was awesome to see so many residents and folks coming in, and the discussion was really good. You and your staff did an awesome job explaining everything. So I was just really excited to be able to just sit there and listen. I did have a couple questions. So I just want to clarify this because I think there was a little confusion that came out of that meeting about the diagonal parking, because I know there are some brick and mortars downtown a little concerned about people parking, but they will not be, the short-term parking will not be allowed in any of the diagonal parking along San Benito Street or any of the side streets that have diagonal, correct?
That's correct.
So
it would
pretty
have to be
much
parked parallel to the curb.
It's got to be parallel parking.
If I could just ask the Development Services Director to clarify for a special event, like a street closure when the trucks are out.
That's correct. So the special events are different. A lot of the time the streets are closed and you don't have other vehicles that are roaming around. That would be different. But those any regulations would be specified in that special event permit as well.
But for short-term parking is what I was talking about. So,
correct.
Okay, and what else? I just wanted to mention, I was going to bring up the 1 hour time frame myself, just because you had mentioned about oil heating up and prep and all of that. And so I would also want to see if that's something we could extend to just under 2 hours, because I don't want them rushing to do food prep. That's never a good thing. So
Yeah.
I would be supportive of what the other folks said. So do we want to, if there's no more questions, can we go to?
Thank you, Mayor. Just one final question. When you said that the permit for bad actors could be suspended pending revocation, who would it be appealed to? Who would that process actually be appealed to?
I believe it's the all right. I'm reading. Let me look at that as you're taking public comment, and I'll get an answer for you.
Because my point is, as an elected official, I would prefer that it not be appealed to the city council like some other land use issues. My preference would be to depoliticize it and have it appealed to the city hearing officer, and then appealable then to Superior Court. But let's keep the politics out of it, please.
Right. Typically, in our ordinance, decisions of staff are appealed to the Planning Commission and then appealed to the City Council.
And see, again, I would say keep city or Planning Commission out of it as well. I think a streamlined process directly to a hearing officer and directly to Superior Court to just depoliticize it. Planning commissioners are appointed and serve at the will of the council, and so again, I think the best, fairest shot would be directly to a hearing officer. So.
Okay, and I'll read through it a little bit more during public comment.
Thanks.
All right. So if there's no further questions, let's go to public comment.
And for the record, this is the opening of the public hearing.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Thank you. The first public comment is from Andres Fuentes.
He stepped out. He's on the phone.
Next public speaker is Peter Lago.
Okay. As a guy who owns a brick and mortar and very familiar with how long it takes to set up, I would be the first one to say they need 4 hours. You need 4 hours to be able to get yourself set up, do your thing, get it cleaned up and everything like that, unless you want problems. So I would vote for that. I took some notes. Give me just a second to look them up. Okay. Let's see. Of the various things that I heard tonight, the main thing of everybody that was up was infrastructure. We need infrastructure. A cultural center, there's challenges, there's opportunities. Building a community building an active culture on its historical value. Land has been identified, Christy and I were talking about it, of which is the KFC place, which would be ideal for the development, which would provide a cultural space and designated food vendor collaborative park, which would dual serve as a cultural event space and culinary services co-op, as well as I would like to offer a weekly spotlight at my bar, which I do with Tio's Barbecue about monthly for these guys until that comes to fruition. You have a spot that cannot be developed on because it's sitting on a fault line, which makes a perfect parking lot. The only thing it needs is power and some other little services and everything like that. And you've got a great spot that you could build a little stage at where you could have like a community center, similar to like Mother Road Market, which I mentioned before, which I think culturally we really need here in this town. I'm certainly not against food trucks whatsoever. I just don't want to have my kitchen open while I have somebody in front of me, which looks like it's not going to be a problem anyway. In consideration of this, I would like to try and support this as well as I can, because like Mother Road Market was also very successful because they constantly had a different flavor every week. I would like to do the same thing at mine. Sometimes my chef is a pain in the ass and I'd like to send him home. Frank, if you're listening, this is for you. Anyway, sometimes I'd like to have just Indian food there. Sometimes I'd like to have something different. So this may work out very well. If folks are interested, they can reach out to me, and I'd love to be able to put them back. I have that open area in the back where I set up Tio's Barbecue, and I could host a different person every week on a particular day of the week. Let's see, that's it. Oh, an encroachment fee for, my encroach by the fee for how much it costs to do this is minimal. My encroachment fee for me to use my own alley, which I want to talk to you guys about if I was going to have one of these guys pull up, it's like $1,000-some-odd for me to use it for 3 days. So I would like that fee looked at because we're coming up to a point where I would like to have a vendor there to help me with the food on the 4th of July weekend. We're not doing the rally or anything like that, but that fee is a lot. And if we could look at that and address it, I could have more food trucks in that same spot and be able to help them until we get that other spot built. That's it.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is, oops. Sorry about that. Next public speaker is Joe Elmhurst.
Hi, everyone. I too share the enthusiasm of, finally seeing this one, come to fruition. I've been pushing this idea for a couple of years now, and so it's a pretty good day to see the boundaries are moving. And so I'm very excited, and I thank you very much for listening to it. I also want to thank Christy Hopper for working so diligently and with us and answering all of our questions and putting this thing together. The 1 hour thing, just to kind of, it seems like the biggest question, I'm on the same bandwagon everybody else is. The 1 hour, nobody really needs it or wants it. If it's going to take us longer to be there, longer to sell, and you need a bathroom within 200 feet just in order to, to do it. So most people are going to be going for the 4 hour one anyways. So, I mean, if you're going to be selling at the 1 hour one, it's a lot like what the ordinance is already there for, for ice cream trucks and things like that. So I don't think it's a big worry. I think you guys with this new ordinance, it's opening up a lot of potential for the food vendors, and I'm very excited. I do have a question in regards to the business tax and the business license. Would I need to have a separate business license for each one of my locations? Okay, that's kind of what I thought, but I just wanted to clarify that because I plan on having about 3 different spots that I'll be, on July 20th at 8 a.m. I will be right there, signing up for the permit. So everything else is in place, but I was just curious about that, so if I could just get clarification on how that looks, I'd appreciate it. Anyways, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, and Andres Fuentes? I don't see him. Those are all the public speakers we have for this item.
Okay. Do we want to give some further comment, or Councilmember Burns?
Mayor, if you could close the public hearing.
I'm sorry. We're closing the public hearing.
Thank you, Mayor. So One of the things that the planning director brought up was, I don't know that she said it here, but I've heard her say it before, and I just want to confirm that this is a living document if council approves it. And if you could speak a little bit to that, I think there would be some value and some clarity on what that means to the community.
Yes. I'm trying to figure out a creative way of saying it. Yes, of course it is. Ordinances are living documents. And so this is our first time doing this. This is our first time, we're kind of taking a leap of faith. We're trying to grab everything that we can and think about everything. We won't think of everything. Something is not going to work or somebody's got a better idea, and we could always come back and amend the ordinance.
Thank you. That's it. I was going to ask, I know that the city attorney has been patient and may want to weigh in at some point in this conversation as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Great. Roland, did you want to add something?
Yeah, thank you. So then I think that, again, a lot of good insight from the speakers. I heard one of them say that they're not even going to get the 1 hour, they will just get the 4 hour. So I'm okay with that too. The problem is it's limited. You can only go to North Gateway and Industrial. So if we're going to adopt this, then we need to change that part and make it anywhere in the city to allow them to get the 4 hour permit. Rather than change the way we were talking about earlier, right?
That would be up to the council. That would basically eliminate the 1 hour permit, and it would expand the 4 hour throughout the city. Correct, or some alternative of that.
I like the option of both, I'll be honest with you. If somebody wants to come for an hour, or let's say 2 hours, just under 2 hours, right? And not have to be restricted by finding a bathroom, yes. And if they want to do for 4 hours, but they have to abide by those regulations as well, yes. But then we don't want to limit them just to certain jurisdictions. It should be throughout the entire city. Now.
And that would be up to the council. The idea of having the longer term was just because from my own experience in working in the city of Monterey, is to be able to have the longer term permits in those areas that are more underserved than your mixed use areas.
Okay.
Okay.
Sure. But I think, yeah, if we went up to the entire city, it would include those areas as well, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's very doable, and I'd propose that we do that. I think that was all I had. I'm trying to remember.
Councilmember Perez.
Where do you proposing that? You started this.
The short-term 1 hour was anywhere within the city. The long-term 4 hour is not anywhere in the city. It's only North Gateway or Industrial. So we can only do, it's up by the airport. So I say that we make an amendment to the resolution and we open it up to anywhere in the city on both the 1 and the 4 hour permits.
I understand what you're. I'm more into this is our first ordinance. It's I think starting off with something less under 2 hours and sticking at the 4 and coming back and seeing coming back with the foodies, and seeing how that's working and if we need to adjust it by that. That's what I'm thinking.
I understand what Councilmember Resendez is saying, and I don't disagree with it necessarily, but I do see it being problematic if you can't be near. I mean, I see potential for problems with trucks parking where there aren't restrooms, and then what happens? And I would really love to hear more from our city attorney as far as any legalities in this regard.
Okay. So it's my understanding that there may have been some concern about food trucks near brick and mortar restaurants. And so as Christy stated a couple of times, any such prohibition needs to be related to public safety. Otherwise, the prohibition may be viewed as protecting brick and mortar restaurants or other businesses from competition from food trucks. And I want to share one case. At least one court has found that a 100-foot distance required between food trucks and restaurants was a naked restraint on trade and without reason, even in the face of a finding by the city council that the regulation was intended to protect pedestrians and prevent traffic hazards, where the city did not explain how a food truck is more of a traffic hazard within 100 feet of the entrance to a restaurant than it is within 100 feet of the entrance to a gas station or other commercial enterprise. So unless the city can establish that a prohibition of food trucks near brick and mortar restaurants is a regulation of time, place, and manner for the purposes of public safety, any such ordinance provision would likely be found by a court to be preempted by state law.
Yes, Councilmember.
Thank you, Mayor. But I also think, as I've read the ordinance as proposed, that the primary areas where our brick and mortars are going to be are in our downtown and our developed areas where we've got the parking. And so I think we can get by in those cases. And again, we're gonna stub our toe. We'll figure this thing out. I'm excited by it. I actually think a compromise would be to maybe increase the 1 hour to 1 hour and 59 minutes. And that way, we're still under the 2 hour range, and we don't create an unachievable obstacle for some that might be finding that bathroom. And I think we bring it back in maybe 6 months, and we take a follow-up look at this and see where the challenges have lied and where the successes have occurred. And the other thing I'd like to suggest to the industry, the food truck industry, is that maybe you guys create, and I say guys generically, an association so that when we have these kind of complaints, they can be funneled through the association. Now, I've lived this life in an earlier life in the city of Fresno, and so we encouraged, while I was there, to create an association to work with the police department, with code enforcement, with planning, and I think if there's goodwill, everybody wins in this case. And so for me, we certainly can't mandate that, but I think that way you, as an association, can speak with one clear voice. And I think this council and this administration has expressed a desire that this is kind of a launching point. We're just starting this thing out. And so this has got unlimited potential as long as it goes in a positive direction. And I have nothing but hope that it will. And I too am 100% supportive of finding a way to create that actual permanent location for this. But in the meantime, let's live, let's learn, and let's enjoy. And I think we can only get better from this point. So those are my thoughts, my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Resendez, did you have anything further? Councilmember Press? So my question would be, and I guess it's to the city attorney, if we did want to change that one thing, the 1 hour to 1 hour and 59 minutes, do we have to come back and do a whole review again, or?
No, someone could make a motion to introduce with that revision to 1 hour and 59 minutes for the short-term permit. And then it would just come back for the second.
Okay. Can I get a motion in that regard?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to amend the proposed ordinance from 1 hour to 1 hour and 59 minutes, and then introduce an ordinance repealing Chapter 17.22.235, mobile food, and replace it with the new Chapter 10.50, amend Title 10 to include terminology associated with mobile food vending, and amend Chapter 17 to address zoning districts where mobile food vending is permitted, and schedule a second reading for June 20th, 2023. Thank you.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Yes. All right, 4-0. I think we are going to take a 5-minute recess, and we'll be back.
Sometimes I just want to get up and start walking back.
Thanks.
doing, Emily? Where are you? How are you? I bet you're like retired and thought of John selling the world. I just seen in the paper somewhere in the 3-4 white bands you put into the champion on.
The only thing that my department does is Parks and Recreation is the parks. There's just 2 parks there. We also do the sound bars. And then we do the basses. But we don't really do the escapes. Yeah, and then any new type of areas that have to be maintained. Any new type of new areas that you find that have to be maintained, that are overgrown.
You ready?
You ready?
Okay, I think we're going to move forward. We're going to go to item 2, resolution number 2023-107, a resolution of City Council of the City of Hollister approving the finding that public convenience or necessity will be served by the issuance of a Type 21 off-sale general alcoholic beverage control license to authorize the sale of beer, wine, and distilled spirits for off-site consumption at the existing Hollister Super Grocery Store located at 1280 4th Street. May we have a staff report?
Yes, of course. Thank you. Good evening, City Council. Eva Kelly with the Planning Division. As mentioned, this item tonight for item E2 is for a finding of public convenience or necessity. And if it's all right with the council, I'm going to kind of merge my report because this is related to item E3. So we do still have to have 2 public hearings, but I'm going to kind of present both items together because they do go together. So this item is for 1280 4th Street, which is for a Type 21 off-sale license for the sale of liquor, distilled spirits, and it is at the Hollister Super Grocery Store. And the request is before the City Council tonight because it requires a conditional use permit, which normally would be approved by the Planning Commission and appealable to the council. However, this item or this location is within what was deemed by the alcoholic beverage control of an overconcentrated tract, and that's purely the ABC. They make that determination on whether it's overconcentrated with licenses, and so this does require the city's body, which is the City Council at this time, to make a finding that the public convenience or necessity would be served by issuing this license in order for ABC to issue the license. So before you tonight is both a finding that it would be of public convenience to have this liquor sales within the established grocery store, and then also a conditional use permit for the use as well, with some conditions that have been recommended by the Planning Commission and staff. And the public convenience finding would be that there is already serving beer and wine, and this would be an offer to the grocery store patrons to be able to fully complete their shopping list at the one location. Keep it pretty short and simple, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Sure. Do we have any questions? No, Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you. So I know that we just issued a license such as this for Target. When we did for Target, was there also a finding of overconcentration, and did we override that at that time?
There was, yes. So this is exactly the same kind of situation as the Target that license and CUP that the City Council just saw. ABC's tracks for the city, there's kind of two that cover the entire city, and they're really quite large. And so all of it's based on a population calculation that the ABC does. And essentially, the entire city there's like one where Target and the downtown are. So you're seeing all the licenses there. And then there's one that covers a little bit of the downtown and a lot of the West Side Gateway area where their commercial is. So, and the ABC gives a kind of low count of licenses for the entire county. And so both of those tracks are over-concentrated completely by ABC's count.
Okay, and then I know this is a separate matter, but are we looking, or have we in the past approved alcohol sales for the other Hollister super location? Do you know off the top of your head?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay.
I don't.
And I would just imagine, so I'm just trying to put this out here. So every time we have a request like this, it's going to be an over-concentration, pretty much, like generally speaking, you think?
Generally speaking, yes.
Yeah.
The kind of only commercial areas that we have in the city are within one or the other tract, and both are over-concentrated. I will state that this license, because they already sell beer and wine, they have a license, they'll be giving up that license in favor of this type 21 license. So you're not actually increasing the number, you're just trading out one license for the other at this location.
Thank you.
Do we have any other questions?
Yeah,
Councilmember
can you
Press?
explain what you just said?
Sure. So
basically, they're giving up beer and wine for tequila.
they're giving up beer and wine for beer, wine, and liquor. So
Okay.
the type 20 they currently have, which is an authorization for beer and wine, and then they're giving up the beer and wine because they can only have one license, and they're getting a type 21, which allows beer, wine, and distilled spirits.
Thank you, that's it.
Do we have any more questions from council? Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing then on this item. City Clerk, do we have public comment?
Yes, the first speaker is Teresa Espinoza. Okay, the next public speaker is Heng Yoon.
I needed some
Translator?
please.
From us? Oh, yeah, that's fine. Yes.
Just a reminder, under the law, he gets double time if using a translator.
존경하는 방청객 시의원 여러분, 저는 4월 17일 날 커미셔너 미팅에서 헐리스터 슈퍼에게 편리성과 안전성을 강조하며 라이센스를 발급하자고 건의한 건에 대하여 반대합니다.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members and audience here. As a West Side liquor store owner for 17 years, so I cannot agree to give the a CUP permit to the Hollister supermarket because I believe it will make a worse environment and public safety.
ABC법과 CD법을 위반하면서 카운티법을 적용하고 라이센스를 발부해야 되는 무슨 말 못할 이유가 있습니까? 편리성이라고 하는데 홀리스터 슈퍼와 웨스트사이드의 거리는 일반적인 코스코 사이즈 안에 가게가 2개 있는 그 정도의 짧은 거리고 같은 파킹 랏을 공유하고 있고 그다음에 그 파킹랏에 교회가 있고 바로 그러니까 아이들과 같이 쇼핑하는 마켓에 리코를 라이센스를 교부하면 안전성이 좀 불안하게 될 것 같습니다.
In about 250 area liquor store distance, there are 4 liquor stores already here and 1 churches. So, if you give, city give it to the, Hollister supermarket for the CUP permits, it will, make, more or worse environment, resident environment. And even though ABC rule and the CEQA guidelines against, current regulations.
한 명의 이익을 위해서 많은 사람이 피해를 볼 수 있는 그 씁쓸함, 그런 러시아가 우크라이나를 갖다가 침공하는 것과 별 다를 거 없습니다.
This is for the, I'm, owned a small liquor store, but Hollister supermarket is a very big size. So this will, comparing with the, just like Ukraine and Russia, Russia invaded Ukraine. So that's why I think his feeling is so end of the world. So if, Hollister market selling the liquor store, he's gonna have lots of damage, so he might gonna, put up his business.
이것이 진정 미국의 정신이 아니라고 생각합니다. 미국의 정신은 약자를 보호하는 것이라고 생각합니다. 존경하는 시의원께서 현명한 판단을 하실 것으로 믿습니다. 감사합니다.
I think this is not a real intention to the public by the government. So we have government should be protect the low level peoples, not for the rich people. So that's why please reconsider about approval for the CUP permit.
감사합니다. Thank you so much.
Thank you so
Thank
much
you.
for allowing to opportunity to this expressions.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Chang So.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Chang So. I am a resident, an active member of this community, and also owner-operator of the Hollister Supermarkets. This year, we got to celebrate our 40th anniversary. So we've been, thank you very much. We've been here supporting our community, and the community is supporting us for the past 40 years. During that time, I believe that maybe Councilman Menendez was saying something about, did we approve it before? We do have a total of 3 locations. 2 of them are here in Hollister. 1 of them is in San Juan Bautista. The one in San Juan Bautista and the other one on 3rd Street do have a Type 21 license. During the Planning Commission, I was asked, how come you didn't get one up for this particular location? Well, as most people know, liquor licenses are very hard to obtain. And they're usually very costly. But a couple years ago, we actually won the lottery for this liquor license. And so we went through the process, and that's why we're here today. The main reason for it was because of customers' requests. Customers would come in asking to have a complete shopping experience. So we're not here just to try to sell more vodka or gin. We're here to try to sell more specialty items towards our Hispanic customers, something that some of the other people do not sell. There was a lot of advice or recommendations that the Planning Commission told us, and we followed all of them. We have security cameras throughout the store. We are going to put the liquor set behind a counter so nobody will be able to touch the liquor until they actually purchase it. This is the exact same situation we have at our other location, and we've had basically no problems with ABC or code enforcement in regard to this. Gentleman before me talked about the size of the market, right? So our size of the market is so much bigger, and so it's going to crush a smaller one. Well, I mean, you can utilize that for just about anything. Costco is going to be much bigger than our size market. Safeway is much larger than our market. But I'm not here to talk about the size. I'm just talking about what our store is. I believe there was one person who said before, retail is dead. Retail is not dead. Bad retail is dead. Everybody needs to basically do what they can do to basically sell the products. My father was an immigrant who came here from Korea with basically $20 in his hands. He opened up his first mom and pop liquor store or convenience store in Santa Cruz. And nowadays, we have these 3 locations and we've done very well for ourselves. And we hope to continue it in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Those are all the public comments we have for this public hearing.
Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing for this item. So do we have further discussion, Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. I would actually just like to hear the chief's perspective on this, please.
Thank you, Councilmember Burns. I think it's the same as the other applications that have come before the City Council. One of the requirements that ABC has is first to establish that if the area is, if this kind of license approval would affect the crime in the area. Similar to ABC's guidelines that are really huge, our beats for our police department in our city are also very big. So there's no way for me to say specifically that a liquor license here would increase crime or not. It would be a guesstimate on my part because the data is not there that allows us to do that. So similar to the Target and to the Hollister Super before, our position is that we take no position either way, and it's the council's decision to move forward with this or not.
Did it? Councilmember Resendez?
Thank you. So I do have some concerns and some hesitations about approving this license today. I'll be quite honest with you. I think that we looked at a similar location, the Dollar General, I think a few years ago, and I was adamantly opposed to offering them a liquor license for a couple of reasons, and those concerns I have with the same request today. However, I'm assuming that it's Westside Liquors that you have. I'm not sure, sir. And I don't see the same amount of liquor stores at Target, in the Target area, that we do on the west side of Hollister. But having said that, I think it's hypocritical of me to not approve this license when we just did it with Target. I do understand that it's a different shopping experience if you're going to Hollister Foods. A lot of my constituents, this is my district, my constituents shop there. I shop there. My family, my friends shop there. If they want to pick up some alcohol there and not go to one of the liquor stores, I think they have every right to do that. And I really do value the 40 years of partnership that we've had with this established supermarket here. So I personally have a hard time approving this, but I can't say no either. So I'm going to support it, and I caution you to follow the recommendations from the Planning Commission, and I appreciate you and your family's business here serving our constituents, our community, especially the walking community, and I do think that it is a different shopping experience, and it's nothing against anybody else. I think that they have their established clientele and their established look and feel, so I think there's room for everybody, 100%, and everybody should have their option to do that. So I definitely will support this today. Thank you for coming out here, everybody, to speak on it.
Councilmember Perez?
Thank you. Same sentiments, and I don't even drink. But you know what? I do believe that if people want to be able to go there shopping and picking up their carnitas to grab whatever it is they want to drink. So I do support this also, and I was, I'm hoping that it's going to increase your business and stuff that, I don't know. But I'm like you, Roland. I feel hypocritical if I say no to this. And that's pretty much it, especially because it's a very concentrated area, and I don't like the concentrated areas because it's like, but it's a tough subject for me, but I will be voting yes on this.
Okay. I kind of echo everyone's sentiments. I do think that this should be about the shoppers and whether this is a convenience for our residents, and I think it is, because there are times when you're trying to get your grocery shopping done that you might want to pick up a bottle but not have to take a separate trip. So for me, it's the convenience factor. I also appreciate, Mr. So, that you got 2 other stores, that you have this set up, you have a system, so we won't have issues, and it sounds like you followed all of the recommendations of the planning committee, so I would be in support of this as well. So if we don't have further comment, then can I get a motion on this item?
So moved.
And is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Yes.
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 The motion carries 4-0. All right, we're going to move on to number 3, resolution number 2023-108, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister approving a conditional use permit I'm sorry, we just did that one, sorry.
No, that's correct, Mayor.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's right. I thought I was repeating myself. To allow for the off-site sales of alcoholic beverages at the existing Hollister Super Grocery Store located at 1280 4th Street. May we have a staff report? You pretty much.
Yes, thank
Ask
you.
anything
This
further?
is the affiliated conditional use permit, and there are 12 recommended conditions of approval from the Planning Commission and staff included in the draft resolution for this CUP.
Okay. Do we have questions at all from council? So I'm going to open the public hearing on this item. City Clerk, do we have public comment on this?
I do not have any public comments for this item.
Okay, then I'm going to close the public hearing on this. Do we have any further comments or deliberation, or would someone like to make a motion?
I'll move to adopt resolution number 2023-108.
All right, can we get a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you.
Moving on to item 4, resolution number 2023-109, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister confirming and approving the boundary diagram and assessments and ordering the levy and collection of assessments of landscape and lighting district number 93-1 for fiscal year 2023-24. Then we have the staff report.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. This is our 4th time discussing this topic. Tonight is a public hearing in order to order the levy and collection of assessments for landscaping lighting district number 93-1 for fiscal year 2023-2024. At our last City Council meeting, we adopted the preliminary engineering report. That has now been made into a final engineering report, which is attached to your staff report. Tonight, we want to have a public hearing to hear from the public about any questions, concerns about the assessment. And after the public hearing is closed, we're looking for the City Council to adopt a resolution as stated in the staff report and resolution.
All right, do we have any questions from council? Any? No? So I'm going to open the public hearing on this item. City Clerk, do we have public comment?
Mayor Casey, there are no public comments for this item.
I will now close the public hearing for this item. Do we have any discussion or deliberation? If not, then I'd like a motion to approve, please. So moved. Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Yes.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0. Moving on to item 5, an ordinance number 1234, an ordinance of the City of Hollister amending section 2.04.320 of chapter 2.04 of the City of Hollister Municipal Code relating to city council salary. Is there a staff report?
Yes, I'll be giving the staff report this evening, Mayor and Council. So this is the public hearing related to the item that was previously before Council at the last meeting, where we talked about the council salary currently being $400 per month since 2002 under the government code. The city council is eligible for a salary increase of up to 105%, so it could go up from $400 to $820. If approved, it would only become effective after the November 2024 election, because that's the next time the city council members will begin a new term of office. As a reminder, the government code also prohibits the city ordinance from providing for automatic future salary increases. So that would remain, the 820 salary would remain in effect until city council updated the ordinance once again. And then also the current municipal code states that the mayor gets 200 more than the council members. So if approved, the mayor's stipend would increase to $1,020 per month. I'm available for any questions.
Do council have any questions? Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So, from the city attorney, please. If this council deadlocks, then the ordinance or this recommendation would then effectively die. Is that correct?
That's correct, under Rosenberg's Rules of Order. So it's the rule of finality, and a 2-2 means that it fails.
And so then my understanding is, what would allow for it to come forward again?
Well, it'd have to be substantially different. It'd have to be something different.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Do we have any other questions? Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you. Can you remind me what the percent increase on the pay would be? And it's over 100%, but is it 104, 140? I forgot.
105%.
105% increase for pay. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Perez.
I move to adopt.
We're not quite there yet. Do you have no questions? Okay. It's the only question I have, and I think it was on the agenda packet, but what is the actual fiscal impact for if this goes into effect in 2024?
$2,000 per month after November 2024.
Okay, thank you. So if we don't have any more questions, I'd like to open it up, open the public hearing on this item. Do we have public comment?
Mayor Casey, there are no public comments for this item.
Okay, I will now close the public hearing for this item. So do we have any further discussion? Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So, on the past situation where this was brought forward, my recollection was it was a 3-2 vote in favor, and so I was one of those who voted no. And philosophically, the reasoning for me voting no was I was concerned that, as I recall, and Casey, you might be able to set the record straight here. Council currently receives $400 a month plus medical benefits, which 38,000 is. Did I get the number right this time? Because I've downsized it. Last time I was at 48,000, but.
Yes, you're correct. So it's approximately, each council member is eligible to receive $38,000 per year for medical benefits.
In addition to the $400 a month.
Correct, that'd be
Correct.
in addition to.
Right, and so I have some real concerns about this, and in addition, there's conversation that council, if a council member were to serve 2 terms or be elected for a second term and serve at least 1 year, they could potentially be eligible for some sort of a PERS retirement as well. Is that correct?
That is correct, that's my
I
understanding.
also understand that's not very significant based on the salary that council earns.
That's correct. It'd be a formula based on essentially years of service and based on the prorated years of service by a serving council member.
Okay. And I recognize that one of the council members that voted for this is not here tonight. And so even though I am philosophically opposed to it, and if this moves forward this evening and I choose to run for re-election, if I were to run for re-election, my understanding is it's been clarified by staff too that council has the option to decline the compensation, or we could take it and then do whatever we wanted with it. For example, donate it to a nonprofit if we were so inclined. Am I on point with that as well, City Attorney?
Correct.
Okay.
Under the government code, you have that option.
All right, and so those are options I wasn't aware of until this new administration. So thank you, administration, for really clarifying that. It's kind of, I've heard a bunch of different answers. And so even though I'm opposed to it, I recognize others might benefit from it. Certainly, if I heard the city attorney clearly say, nobody on this current council at this point until the election after 2024 would be eligible for it. And at that point, based on the most recent election, it would be Councilmember Resendez and Councilmember Morales. Is that correct? That would get it of this existing council in 2024?
Everybody gets it,
elected.
but you're
Right.
asking who's up for reelection?
Correct.
I think Councilmember Perez.
The mayor and myself. Right.
Yes.
Right, so even moving this forward, there's only a guarantee of 2 of the 5 council members now would absolutely receive it if they choose.
Correct.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to be, I want to be crystal clear. And so, even though I'm philosophically opposed to it, I'm going to vote for this. Thank you.
Councilmember Resendez?
Thank you. I came to the city council because I had a passion to serve the public, and I really feel honored and grateful to do that. I don't think that giving ourselves a 105% increase aligns with that passion. I don't think that you can pay people enough money to do this job, but we're not here because of the money that we're getting. I know that there's an effort to minimize the amount of money, but it's a 105% increase raise on top of a very generous benefit package that we already receive. So we are here elected to make decisions because we're passionate about what we do, about who we're representing, and I'm very concerned about some of the fiscal decisions that this council has been making, including the vote to give themselves a 105% increase raise in pay. So I cannot support that in good faith and continue to serve the people of this city. Thank you.
Councilmember Perez?
I'm good.
Okay. So I didn't bring this item forward, but I do support it. And I don't support it because I want to raise. But I would like to see, I know that for some, the money is not important, and it isn't why I ran either. But I do realize there are people with constraints. And if you have a single parent who has to hire a babysitter in order to come to a meeting, should they be out of pocket? Why not support them and allow? I would like to see more people run, and I think there are people with fiscal constraints. I see people who are independent business owners. Every time they step away from their job and go to an event or go to a committee meeting, and there are a lot of them, they are not making money. They are losing money. And I just don't think that that should happen. I would like to see this open the door and make it more equitable. So that's why I support it. So if we don't have further discussion, would we like to take a vote? So someone make a motion, please.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Motion carries 3-1. Okay. Let me just make sure. So we're going to move on to resolution number 2023-110, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister authorizing a renewal of an agreement for hearing officer services between the City of Hollister and Jeffrey Miller. May we have the staff report, Chief?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. What you have before you is the Second Amendment to the contract for Jeff Miller to provide the hearing for the city. The First Amendment was just brought over just a few months ago when we realized that it had expired. And we extended it till June 30th so that we would have enough time to discuss previous discussion about looking into having an attorney do it instead. So that being passed now, this Second Amendment to the existing contract is just simply renewing the contract, amending it from June 30th of this year to June 30th of 2026. You have any questions?
Do we have questions? Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, do you know if Mr. Miller will be required to have a city business license for this position, and do you know if he carries errors and omissions insurance and if he would be required to?
I don't know the answer to both those. We
Okay.
haven't have a requirement to have a business license since he's providing a service to the police department. I think that would be a question. We can look into that and find out whether he needs that or is required to have that.
Thank you. And then, final question for the chief or the appropriate staff is, on the first contract that we're talking about renewing now, did that go through a request for proposal, or how was it sole source? How did we arrive at this choice back when it was first made?
Quite honestly, it's been years since he's been doing it. I don't recall. I don't think we ever went out to request for bid or anything like that. He had been doing it for a while, and we then made that contract that's being renewed now.
Thank you, Chief. That's all I had, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilmember Resendez, any questions? Councilmember Perez?
Is there, why are we going 3 years? Is that what we just, number came up? Or, because I'm just wondering, it's like, you know what, I am so happy with staff and present staff and the way they're moving things, and you guys are digging in, finding out answers to questions we don't even have yet, and it's like awesome. And I'm just wondering if this position here is one of those things that we should not get tied up for 3 years and come back in a year. That's the only thing I.
Are there any other questions? Then let's go to public comment.
Mayor Casey, we do not have any public comment for this item.
Okay. Do we have any further discussion? Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. I can't support this moving forward. I've been pretty clear on this from day one. I believe an attorney would be a better choice, frankly. This is no reflection on the individual himself. He's actually a personal friend of mine, and I've had a probably 40-year relationship with. I'm concerned about a perception of a conflict of interest, recognizing he's a former retired chief of police for the police department in our city, and ultimately adding to the fact that he also lives out of state. I just don't, it worked, and it worked well, according to the chief, and I don't doubt that. But I think as we're moving forward to professionalize our organization, I think it's important for us to have a more localized hearing officer. And again, I can't say it more clearly. Jeff Miller, I've never met a man of more integrity, more honesty. He's a great guy, but I think we need to move past this, and I just think that's part of the evolution of the city as we move forward from my perspective. So I won't be supporting this, but anyway, thank you, Mayor, for my opportunity to comment.
Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you. So there's no need to repeat everything that was said. I said it at the last meeting. I agree 100% with all of the points made by Councilmember Burns. I did not get to meet retired Chief Miller. I am completely grateful for his years of service that he provided to our city. I've seen him in meetings. He seems like a very humble and professional and stand-up all-around person. I've heard nothing but good things about him. But having said that, I do share the same concerns as Councilmember Burns, and I've said that before, and for those reasons, I cannot support this moving forward tonight. Thank you.
Councilmember Perez.
And this is, again, this is why I suggest that we go for a one-year contract, because what are we going to do without anybody right now? How many cases are going to, how many of these tickets, infractions, whatever they are going to be coming to, or people are going to be challenging, and we have no one to take care of it. So if we go with a year, and maybe staff can come up with a better direction, or you know what, find out in a year, this is the best direction, but we need somebody there now. That's all I have to say.
I would agree with Councilmember Perez. We already went through this when we approved the contract previously. We now have something in place. We've had something in place that is working, so if it's not broken, why are we trying to fix it? And I don't want to see the chief suddenly not have a hearing officer because we're relitigating this again. I understand the concerns, and I would support what Councilmember Perez said about do it for a year, and if we can come up with a better solution. I don't believe that an attorney is a better solution. Kind of covered the cost is quite prohibitive comparatively. So I don't want to see him without a hearing officer. So I would strongly support this and would hope that people would consider that.
If I may. Also, you know, I was able to witness one of these court proceedings, or these proceedings, and you know what? Steve Miller, that's his name? He's a great guy. Jeff, sorry, Steve. But Mr. Miller, you know what? You did a great job coordinating and running that meeting, and I truly liked the way you handled the whole situation. But it is a little concerning that you're so far away, and I think it's better to have someone in person. But at the same time, you're doing a great job, and I hope we can continue this until we find another alternative. That's it.
And I actually agree with you with regard to the idea of him being out of state. I would rather have somebody local, but again, can't stress enough that I don't want to see us suddenly not have a hearing officer in place, and then we have to figure something out. And so that's my concern. So, Chief, did you want to say something?
I just wanted to reiterate something that was covered already before. He is not the final say. If anyone has a problem with this decision, it can be appealed to the court. And his years that he's been doing it, there's only been one appeal, and then the person didn't show up to court. This is a renewal with no other changes. He's agreed, he has not asked for a raise. It's at $100 an hour, where an attorney would be considerably more than that. More like closer to $300 an hour. And some of these cases, like he just had a hearing the other day, the person was appealing a $35 citation. So at that point, even though it was upheld, the city actually lost some money with those low citations. So it's something, you're right, Councilman Perez, if this isn't approved come June 30th, we don't have a hearing officer.
Do we have any further deliberation? If so,
Mayor?
Yes.
I would just like to say that there are plenty of other alternatives that are more local. So I absolutely believe we can have an alternative in place by the end of June. We've got at least 3 weeks. And so I understand the chief's sense of urgency, but I think that's quite doable based on my experience. And so thank you.
All right, thank you. If there's no further discussion, then is there a motion?
So moved.
And I'll second it. Can we please, is all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
No.
No.
Okay.
Can I ask a question? Is it too late to ask that now?
Well, it's already been decided, but you can.
Yeah, no, it's more informational. So now that we don't continue this contract, what do we do when someone wants to contest?
Staff can bring back some options for council at the next meeting. So some cities have volunteers that do it, a rotating volunteer list. You could contract with someone local, you could.
So do we have any hearings slated tomorrow, the next day, or before the 30th, the 20th? Do you know?
I don't know the information. That's he handles that directly with our staff per the requirements of the hearings.
Sorry about that.
So Mayor, you're at 10 o'clock.
Okay, so I need a consensus of council if you're willing to stay beyond 10 o'clock? Are we
Yes.
okay? Yes? Okay, we'll continue then. Let's move on.
Just clarification, there, on June 21st, the Wednesday, there are two scheduled.
Two hearings.
Two hearings,
On the
3 o'clock and 4
21st?
o'clock. 21st of June.
Your current hearing officer contract is
Until
through
June 30th,
It's
and we
still-
need to move on, Mayor. We need to move on. We're
All right.
out of order.
Resolution number 2023-111, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister adopting the Uniform Public Constructions Cost Accounting Act. May we have staff report?
Yes, I'll be doing the staff report this evening. So this was an item previously brought before council with a related ordinance. Tonight, just a resolution is before you to adopt the Uniform Public Construction Cost Accounting Act. The act is what the act is. We're waiting on the ordinance piece of it so that we can better define responsible bidder, as council expressed interest in at the last meeting. So under the act, public projects under $60,000 may be performed by the city's own employees, negotiated contract, or purchase order. Currently, public projects costing more than $5,000 have to go out to bid. And then there's also a $200,000 threshold under the act for informal bidding procedures. And then above that, you use more formal bidding procedures. So this act, because of that informal bidding process, it allows the city to move forward in a simpler, faster manner that's most likely less cost to the city. And for example, if this resolution were adopted, the city could move forward with the Giants grant. If the city opts not to, things like the Giants grant, that work would have to go out to bid, and the Giants will not bid on it. And so the act only applies to public projects, not the purchase of goods or services. So I don't know if there's any questions for me.
Do we have any questions? No? All right. Do we have any public comment?
Mayor Casey, there are no public comments for this item.
Okay, is there any further discussion? No? Is there a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0. Moving on to resolution number 2023-112, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister adopting a council discretionary funds policy. May we have the staff report?
Yes, thank you, and good evening, council. So the item before you this evening is a formal discretionary funds policy for discussion. I do have on Zoom with us Matt Pressey from the Regional Government Services organization that we went under contract with a few months ago. I have worked with him to do some research into other cities' policies as well as we crafted this. And so just a little back history on this. At last year's budget hearings, a request was made for discretionary funds to be allotted. And so there have been some purchases directed from the council, usually towards the end of the meeting, then we brought items back. And as we prepare this upcoming year's budget, the idea here is to have a formal policy in place. One thing, the policy, as most policies, will not have a dollar amount in them. It'll point to the budget, because one year you may be in a position to fund a little more aggressively, and other years you may not want to fund at all. And so with that, I'd like to pass it over to Mr. Pressey. First, thank you for staying with us this evening, and I'll pass it over to you. Maybe you could give a little history on how we put this together, and together we'll answer questions of the council.
Certainly. Thank you, City Manager. Honorable Mayor, members of City Council, good evening. So before you, as the City Manager mentioned, is a discretionary fund policy, and the policy recognizes that City Council is keenly aware of needs in the city, and the city allocates a set amount during the budget process for the council to use to meet the needs of residents, to kind of further the community goals, objectives, and kind of unique needs that the City Council identifies. And so this policy really is meant to establish guidelines that the City Council can use to provide structure that is to allow for fairness, accountability, transparency, and so forth. So in your packet, we did draft that policy, and so that's there. There's the policy is not real long. It's pretty simple. It talks about the scope, the purpose, and allowable uses of the funds, unallowable uses, and demonstrating, and if an organization reaches out to council that is kind of serving the community and provides a broad base, some of the criteria for establishing a local or funding, and really the emphasis there is demonstrating a public benefit with those funds, and then we outline the process in the policy. So just briefly, I will run through the policy. There's responsibilities, just finance department, city manager's office, the council themselves as the approving body. I think that's one of the key elements of this policy is identifying the process, which would be that each council member would present to the other council members and identify what the use is, and there would be a vote on those uses. I think that's important to be transparent and make sure that it is something that the council is in agreement on. Allowable uses are pretty broad. I think the unallowable uses kind of really is probably an easier way to identify really the hard or the kind of more of a legal requirement of what is not allowed, which would include paying debt, use for alcohol, entertainment expenses, political activities, and so forth. So those are, and there's a number of other that are identified. Something unique was identifying travel. The council has a travel budget, and that's the subject of the next policy after this, that we want to keep those separate and so allow council to focus on, what need in the community do they want to fund. Process-wise, I kind of touched on that. The budget, the amount would be set. It would be equal amount per council member, and I believe, and let's see here. And there's, as far as the process for paying for this, there's a part of that policy and some lead time to get it on the council agenda. So I'll be brief and stop there. I kind of covered at a high level pretty quick. The policy is just 4 pages long, but it addresses all those pieces. So this is being presented as a draft for you to consider, and a resolution is attached also if there aren't any other changes, or those can be read into the record and changed on the fly also. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from council? Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So my question is directed to the city manager. And so would this be in addition to or in lieu of what we've done in the past, where we had a budget for travel and education, and we had a budget that was then morphed into, as I understand it, this discretionary fund. And as I recall it, this past year, each council member was authorized, I want to say it was $100,000 each, or maybe it was $50,000 each, for sidewalk repair. And so I'm very, very supportive of this, but I also am very familiar with the fact that $50,000 in sidewalk repair doesn't buy you much sidewalk. And so I wouldn't want, and I know we're not talking money tonight, we'll talk at budget about that, but I'm 100% supportive of this, but I still would like to have a broader or a second conversation about community improvements, because I have typically used my discretionary monies for community benefit, as in cameras for parks and other like costs. And so in lieu of or in addition to, I guess would be my question for you as you perceive it, and more importantly then candidly for this council's consideration. Thank you, Mayor. That's my question, comment, and 2 cents.
Thank you. Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you. So, yeah, we don't have a policy for discretionary funds. That's why this came to be.
So in looking, and I think if I answer Councilmember Burns' question, it'll get to that as well. So in looking and reviewing last year's budget hearings, we had a discussion, and I had it right here with me, on June 27th, where towards the end of the discussion, when the budget was adopted, there was $50,000 allocated. There was not a policy, there was a discussion and an allocation for items in the community. Additionally, there was a discussion on the sidewalk side. So the sidewalks was a total of $500,000. About $250,000 was at the discretion of the department, and then there was requests made through the members of the council. So that was separate than this. So what I would recommend going forward is if, as we develop the budget, if there is something like in the sidewalks that we would look at, that would be something separate. So where is this policy, that would be something like for this evening, there's an item with Growing Hearts. There was the, like you mentioned, the cameras, those types of things. There may be things that come up throughout the year. What we're looking to do in the budget is on those larger items, get that feedback on the sidewalks, get under contract, do those, plan them through the year. And then these would be the items. In a perfect world, we know all up front in July, but we may not. Things may come up, right? And so that would be the point of this is where you could focus either citywide or within your district. If it were something as specific as sidewalks, I would actually recommend that we allocate to sidewalks and then discuss that there. Councilmember Resendez, did that answer your question as well?
Yes. And then we would follow up with the amount that's going to be allocated for discretionary funds at budget meetings?
That is correct. So when we come to the budget hearings, we will have an amount in there, and that'll be subject for discussion. So we will present that to you as part of the overall budget, how we landed, what we plugged in, and then that's certainly going to be subject for discussion. And then we're scheduled to come back on the 26th for adoption. And if there's direction given to tweak that, maybe we come in too low, too high, that's where we'll work with you and discuss that next week. And then each year going forward, if this policy were to pass, that would typically, an item like that would be something that we would discuss each year at budget hearings, and you would give us direction. We would always take a shot at it, but ultimately it's your call at what you set it at.
Okay. But discretionary funds are not supposed to be used for travel, according to this policy.
This policy going forward would separate that. We have a travel policy coming up next, so that would be two different budget appropriations.
Because I'm looking at my budget and it says 2 full days of travel for discretionary. Why did they put that into the discretionary fund? It should be under travel. Maybe it was an error. But I guess what I'm getting at is it shouldn't be used for travel. Discretionary funds is for the community use, but not necessarily for travel.
If this is adopted, that is what's separating that out. That is correct.
And right now we don't have a discretionary fund policy.
That is correct.
Wonderful. Thank you.
And you are correct. What was sent, that 241 is in there. That should be on the travel side. That is correct.
Councilmember Perez, do you have any questions?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Do we have any public comment?
Mayor Casey, we have no public comment for this item.
All right, do we have any further discussion or deliberation on this item?
Yes.
Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that we should stay away from adopting any additional impacts to our budget. We're headed towards a recession. I've brought this up before with some concerns about the council's, this current council's spending habits. I think that if we have a discretionary fund, it can become politicized or moved around from here to there, and it just becomes a little bit complicated. So right now, I'm concerned with the state of our economy, and I cannot support a policy or even adopting a discretionary fund at this time. Thank you.
Do you have any comments? All right, then is there a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
Is there?
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
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 All opposed?
No.
Okay. We're going to move on to item 4, resolution number 2023-113, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister adopting a city council travel policy. Let me have the staff report, please.
Okay, thank you. So following up on the last item, similarly, we were given direction to come back with a travel policy. I, again, worked with Mr. Pressey with RGS on this. We worked on both of these items together. And so a similar process of working with various cities. With that, I will pass it over to Mr. Pressey for an update.
Thank you, City Manager. All right, good evening again, Mayor and City Council members. This is a travel policy that is unique to the City Council, and by definition, it also includes City Council appointed committee members or commissioners that falls under this policy. There is an existing policy for staff and the legislative body, the City Council, and commissioners, committee members fell under that. But it was the thought that given some of the unique items that City Council deals with, a separate policy would be good. And a policy that covers some of the California code has been incorporated in this, and I'll cover that. So just briefly jumping right in to the policy, in the staff report, it's a 10-page policy. It mirrors the existing policy, but again, some of the unique aspects of the City Council is covered here. I think one of the big unique items would be how the travel is approved, and the amount, again, is similar to the discretionary funds policy, is part of the annual adopted budget, and that amount is set. I believe the current budget is, I think, $5,000 per year per council member.
2,500, Mr.
and-
Pressey. It's 2,500 this year.
And it's 500?
25, I'm sorry, 2,500.
Thank you. And we identified the roles and responsibilities in the policy, and these roles and responsibilities are also unique to this policy. It customizes it a little more given City Council members and versus employees, and it assigns authority to the broader City Council to approve travel versus a department head for employees has that authority. It can be delegated down to someone else, but the primary authority is the City Council. And so the policy it was written in as a not to exceed amount, and so that could be modified at any time, and then the process is a little different than employees. You're either making travel arrangements yourself or working with the city manager's office to coordinate that and to monitor your budget and stay within your budget. So that's one of the policy elements is you stay within your allotted budget. And if you need an increase for unique situations, though they may come up time to time, it would just require a majority vote of the City Council to make that exception and increase it at a particular time. And unlike staff, they're probably a little more nimble as far as lead time to get things approved. This would require taking it to being agendized, taking to the City Council. So the process talks about days, number of days, lead time to do each part of the process, just to allow for that. If time didn't permit getting approval after the fact is also kind of written in as an exception to the rule. And then again, on the government code section, reporting back, which I believe council has been trained on, if you do spend public funds on meetings, travel, conferences, so forth, you're required to report back at the next scheduled meeting. So that's covered in here. Some of the unallowable uses are also covered in here, or actually compliance with the code and deviating from the code. That's something that's part of the government code, California government code. And so there's 5 bullet points that describe if kind of, I guess, consequences. And so that language is required by the California government code. Examples of travel covered by the policies in there, examples of things that are not allowed, and so forth. Let's see here. So it gives the city council a good sense of what their responsibilities are and the process to follow and to be reimbursed. And the city, as a matter of policy, does promote travel and for the best interest of the city to stay abreast of new things going on in the industry, to represent the city at meetings and so forth. And you're entitled to be reimbursed for that cost as you perform it. So this policy covers that and expressly states that this is very important and very important part of your role serving the city. So that concludes my quick run through and available for any questions. Thank you.
Sure. Do we have some questions for Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. Sir, you alluded to the fact that there were potentially 5 consequences. Now, I've read the ordinance as proposed, and I didn't identify anything that I saw as a consequence for somebody violating the policy. So could you tell me what those 5 consequences are, please?
Yeah, briefly. So Government Code Section 532324, it's on page 3 at the bottom of the policy itself, which is, I don't have the PDF version in front, but one is notification to the full council regarding the violation of the policy, reporting travel advances and expense reimbursements as taxable income could be versus it's non-taxable reimbursement. So if you spend it on something you're not allowed to do, then it becomes a taxable income to you when the city reimburses. That's one of the potential consequences. 3, suspension of travel privileges at the discretion of the city council. So that would be a vote of majority vote. 4, formal disciplinary procedure at discretion of the city council, which I personally am not familiar with what that would be. In my history, we've had some challenges, but anyway, that would be something the city council would vote on. 5, required travelers to return any travel funds that were advanced. And so that, and again, this is right out of the government code, and it's required to be built in the policy.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'll have some follow-up comments, but that's my questions for now. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Resendez, do you have questions for?
Thank you. So the current amount is set at $2,500, and we're looking to increase that to $5,000. Is that correct?
We will be making a recommendation at budget for this item. The policy does not call for a dollar amount.
Got it. And then Councilmember Burns addressed my question about if somebody goes over. So this policy does address that if somebody goes over, that there's could be potentially sanctions addressing that.
That is correct.
Is it retroactive? If we adopt a policy today, is it going to be retroactive to, let's say, the last election?
No, it does,
No.
this doesn't provide for this policy to be retroactive.
Good, yeah. So how do we go about collecting on previous violations that occurred with travel expenses on the current policy that we have in place?
Well, council would likely have some legal hurdles collecting because warrants were approved with those expenditures. So there was that approval of what occurred. That doesn't mean council can't ask for the overage amount to be paid back, but I do think that there would be legal hurdles to that because council subsequently approved the expenditures through the warrants.
I'm sorry, did you say council subsequently approved?
No.
Through the warrants. When you approve the warrants, you're approving the expenditures for the budget.
All right, that concludes my questions for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Perez, do you have any questions?
No, thank you. Thank you for all your information. Very important. A lot of information to digest there, but thank you.
City Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Mayor Casey, there's no public comments for this item.
All right, so do we have further discussion and deliberation? Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So I would like to suggest that we add an additional optional consequence, which would be if a council member exceeds the amount of money they're authorized to spend on travel or training, that that amount that would be exceeded would then be withdrawn from their next year's allocation. Because we've had a couple of these incidences, and it's clear to me that policies were not followed, and I'm not convinced it was intentional, but I do think that there needs to be a remedy for it. And in some cases, in the past actions, the administration underperformed, I would say. And I've sensed that with this policy and with this public conversation, this won't be an issue going forward. But in one instance, we had a council member overspend by about $3,800, and in the other case, it was about $1,800. And so, in my mind, there's no consequence to that. And so I would like to add the option for a consequence that in those examples, for the next allocation, that council member would then be allowed to spend $1,200 or $1,300 or $3,200, because at the end of the day, we need to be held accountable as council members as well. And then my other question or recommendation would be that if a council member chooses to use less than that amount, my sense is that then just rolls over into the general fund, and I would like to have the council member have alternative options to spend it on the community, and whether that rolls into their discretionary funds or some other method. I would like to have access to that money if I make a conscientious decision not to drive or drive up to Sacramento or fly off to Washington. And for me, it's kind of a big deal. I've not seen any real return on investment for these monies invested. I understand that council members are better educated maybe, but I also understand that I'm looking for something in addition to that. And so, again, my recommendation would be to add an additional consequence and make some other options available for the council member with the money that they don't use, rather than have it roll back into the general fund. So, thank you, Mayor, for my comments.
If I may ask just a point of clarification. So are you saying then at the end of the year, we would look at it as a starting point for the next year, or at the beginning of the year, it would be a declaration of, I have no interest in travel, I'd like to put that $2,500 towards the fund balance?
I think that your second alternative, I think, would be a cleaner way.
Yeah, not towards the discretionary.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Yes, thanks.
Okay.
Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you. I agree with Councilmember Burns in a sense, and then I disagree with him on others. I do think that the mayor, who went over her budget within a matter of months of being elected, should pay that money back. We're talking close to $4,000 to go to a trip to Washington, D.C. before even learning about the job in which she could have done in Sacramento during the same time. So to exceed that amount is highly irresponsible, and I don't think that adopting a new policy for travel and then doubling the amount is a fix. At the same point, Councilmember Morales went over by $2,000. So if we're going to look at a new policy, fine, but we're not even abiding by the current policy that we have now. So I would consider adopting the policy if we had a commitment from the mayor and from Councilmember Morales to pay this back first, and then let's look at other options. City Manager?
Just to clarify, our consultant made the comment of $5,000. Our budget has not been sent, or has not been set for next year. We're still developing that. So as it stands right now, there's no dollar amount on this. It could be whatever the council desires in future years.
So, are you done? I'm sorry.
Not quite, thanks. So what do we do in this instance, City Attorney? What do we do when we have two acting elected officials that have gone over their budget, and how do we, I think you did answer that, right?
I already answered that
Okay,
question.
it's getting late.
That's okay.
My apologies. So the options were to bring it up as a council.
You could ask for a repayment, but I do believe council would face significant hurdles because council approved the warrants which had those expenditures in them.
And would that not allow them to just pay the money back regardless in good faith?
That is one of the options.
Okay,
So if they wanted to, or if, council had the conversation, could you pay it back? You can always ask them to pay it back.
Okay. And then my other question, Mr. City Attorney, did we not have consensus to bring that conversation back about the violations that occurred? Not specifically to adopt a new policy, but wasn't it about the violations that occurred?
I believe the direction was to bring back a policy on this. I don't recall us bringing back an agenda item specifically for an overage. We can go back and take a look, but I do not recall that.
Yeah, I don't know why we would get a new policy if we weren't abiding by the current one. I don't remember. I remember bringing up the current concerns because it was brought up that both the mayor went over by thousands of dollars, and so did Councilmember Morales. But I don't specifically remember that it was in regards to replacing the policy. So maybe if we could look at the
I'll
footage of
revisit.
that, and then we can get some clarity. And I do believe we had consensus to bring it back. Thank
We will
you.
look at that.
Councilmember Perez, comments?
So let me see if I can get this straight. So discretionary can't be used for travel, but if you don't use your travel, you can throw it into discretionary? That's what we're proposing up here? Is that what you were saying, Mr. Burns? I'm trying to get a grasp on that.
No, that was my recommendation moving forward.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I have nothing to say.
Okay. Well, I do. So I am glad to see this policy before us, and I do think we need to look at upgrading the travel allowance because costs have risen, and it hasn't been upgraded in many years. Councilmember Resendez is right to be concerned, and he is correct. My costs did go over the 2,500 limit. But what I'd like to stress, and I think is really important here, we also need to have a better onboarding of new council members. When I started in December, I was given a binder filled with policies and information. That was it. In the travel policy that's in the binder, there's no mention of a $2,500 limit, nor was it communicated to me by the city manager or anyone else. So how would I have known? I had been on the job for 2 weeks when I had a meeting with the city manager, and he specifically asked me if I would attend the U.S. Conference of Mayors in Washington, D.C. He explained the value as far as an ability to meet with legislators, advocate for the city, find out about new funding opportunities, and also learn firsthand from other mayors across the country. And he was correct. It was very valuable. I met and interacted with many mayors from other states as well as many local mayors. Due to the conference happening just a few weeks after I took office, there were scheduling difficulties, and unfortunately, I received an invitation from the White House to attend a special meeting at the end of the conference, which necessitated a change in my return flight, which was an additional cost. I was also told about the California League of Cities new mayor training and was encouraged by the city manager to attend. He indicated the training would also include the ethics and harassment training that's required of council members. So I agreed to attend this training. There was also an additional problem that occurred because the staff making the travel arrangements forgot to book my hotel and ended up booking it just a few days before the conference at a higher cost. So regardless of these circumstances and the additional cost, I was encouraged to attend both of these events by the city manager, and at no time when the arrangements were being made was a $2,500 limit mentioned to me. So while I do think that this policy and an update of the travel allowance is long overdue, I would also like to make sure that there are procedures developed for onboarding new council members so that people like me are not caught unawares and then held up for ridicule. That's all I have to say about that. Thank you. So are we ready to take a vote on this?
I've got something to respond to that. Thank you.
Well, I don't think you need to respond to me. We're talking about the travel policy, and you've had your say. So,
Madam City Attorney, do I not have a right to speak on this item on the agenda?
Everyone has an opportunity to speak, so Mayor, you should let him speak.
go for it.
Thank you. It is a fundamental legal principle in the United States of America that ignorance of the law is no defense. If ignorance were accepted as an excuse, any person that's charged with a criminal offense could claim ignorance to avoid the consequences. I'm asking you here tonight to pay back the money that you overspent to the taxpayers of the city of Hollister. I'm asking Dolores Morales to do the same thing. You took on a position, you accepted the responsibility of that position, and you cannot sit here and claim that you were led into this, especially by our hard-working staff. Do the right thing and pay the money back that you owe the citizens. Thank you.
You're done. Are we ready to take a vote then? Do we have
I
a
move to
motion?
approve this, the ordinance as is.
I second. All in favor?
Mayor, I'd like more conversation.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So again, I'm supportive, but I want that alternative as a consequence. So in the situation we just now talked about, and you brought your name up, I did not, but if you overcharged by $3,774.18, I would like the possible consequence to be that amount be deducted from your next year's training and travel budget. And in my mind, that's the only way I'm going to vote for this. And if that doesn't happen, it's going to be dead. And I see that as a nice compromise.
Mhm.
And otherwise, it's dead. And so that's my proposal, to amend it to add that as an option or a consequence, so that we can stay out of these conversations in the past. Because I will say, I honestly believe when I hear you say that you weren't given good onboarding, because quite candidly, neither was I.
Mhm.
And I can agree 1,000% with you in regards to that. But I also understand Councilmember Resendez's concern. You know, if we had a $2,500 budget and you're over by almost $4,000, there needs to be some option. And in my mind, I think that's a nice alternative. And so,
So what you have is a motion to amend, Mayor. Councilmember Burns' motion under Rosenberg's Rules of Order. You would start with Councilmember Burns' motion first if someone makes a second on that. And then if that doesn't pass, then you go back to Councilmember Perez's motion.
Oh,
Okay, so let me make sure I understand your motion, Councilmember. So you're saying that if someone goes over, that they would have that amount deducted from their next year's allowance. Is that what you're saying?
correct, Mayor,
Okay.
thank you.
All right. Is there a second for that motion?
Point of clarification. This
He
would
can ask
still
a clar-
would not be retroactive. So
Correct.
this would be moving forward.
Correct.
Therefore, the mayor still doesn't have to pay back the money unless she chose to.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so we have an amended motion at the moment. Is there a second for the amended motion?
I'll second that. I'll do that.
All right, so if we vote on the amended motion, do we then need to vote on? Or is
No,
that it just-
that's
okay.
it.
All right, so all in favor of the amended motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
All opposed?
No.
All right, motion carries 3-1. All right, so we're going to move on then to reports of city council officers, boards, and committees. We're going to, it's been asked to move item 4, the report on the feasibility study, to move that to the beginning. Is there any objection to having that first? No? Okay. So can we have the staff report for the report on the feasibility study for dispatch and live crime center in Hollister?
Thank you. Christie?
Yes, good evening. Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have before you is previously the feasibility study for our dispatch center, or a dispatch center and live crime center. Chuck Bardon is here, is the senior consultant from Federal Engineering who actually conducted the study, and he's going to do a presentation.
Good evening.
Good evening.
As you can see in the presentation, the City of Hollister asked Federal Engineering to do a feasibility study for moving dispatch back to out of Santa Cruz and back to San Benito County in the City of Hollister. My name is Chuck Burdan. I'm a senior consultant with Federal Engineering. Federal Engineering is a worldwide public safety communications consulting firm specializing in planning, design, implementation of public safety, mobile radio, 911, and PSAP emergency communication systems. For myself, I've been in the business of public safety communications for 48 years, 10 of those as a consultant. And I worked on consolidation studies, staffing studies, comm center relocations, and other projects in the U.S. Just a very brief overview. I know we've all been here a long time. The task was to evaluate the possibility of moving dispatch back to San Benito County and the City of Hollister. So we focused on a couple of different areas. What are the existing conditions at Santa Cruz Regional 911 that does your dispatching today? What's the feasibility of moving that dispatch function back into San Benito County and the City of Hollister? What's the availability of funding from the California 911 branch? They have the ability to, or normal, to fund all 911 PSAPs. But this is a special consideration, and there's possibility that they may not want to fund that, and that's something we need to explore. And then what are the technical challenges of moving dispatch back from Santa Cruz to Hollister? In brief, and I'm trying to be real brief here, there's no insurmountable roadblocks to doing this operationally or technically. As I said, the California 911 branch may have some issues with funding. I believe that we have a good argument to bring the dispatch center back and for them to fully fund the 911 system, which could be anywhere from $250,000 to $500,000. So it's a not insignificant number. Bringing back dispatch will return local fiscal control. I know Chief Reynoso has had some concerns about Santa Cruz's increases in their costs. In fact, they just, this last couple of months ago, indicated that not only were they getting one bump in their fees, they were getting 2 bumps because of costs. It allows, moving back will allow the city to establish their own policies and procedures. Quite often, they've been hindered, if you will, by the greater good of Santa Cruz, and not allowed to do maybe individual policies that they wanted, just because it's not part of the larger organization, in the larger organization's interest. The dispatchers could be specifically trained on the geography and operational policies of San Benito County and the city of Hollister, whereas today they're concerned with as much with Santa Cruz County as they are with San Benito. And things like local community projects. One of the ones I know Chief Reynoso's interested in is elderly phone check-ins, being able to, for the dispatch center to check in with the elderly on a periodic basis by phone, just to make sure that they're doing all right, or if they need some help, and better coordination of community events. Today, in the last, not this year's, but the last year's budget, you can see that the city of Hollister is paying $1.3 million to Santa Cruz. Other agencies in the county, San Benito Sheriff's paying over $600,000, and American Medical Response, providing your ambulance service, is another $600,000. So there's Santa Cruz is getting almost, or just over $2.5 million from San Benito County for their dispatch services. They just came out with the 23-24 numbers, and it doesn't go up significantly it goes up almost $10,000 for Hollister. AMR's is going up almost $70,000 for some reason. I don't know why. So if there was a decision made to move the dispatch center back to the city of Hollister, there's several steps that need to be taken. First of all, money. You got to find the money. Money to do the construction and to start up the new center. Hiring a project manager to do this. This isn't something that can be done as other duties as assigned to a Chief Reynoso or somebody else. This is a full-time job for somebody. A very important part of this is to assemble working groups from the stakeholders so that everybody has a say in how things are operated. Committees would be like the executive committee for oversight, a technical committee for handling the technical issues, operations committee, and a human resources committee to handle probably the biggest aspect of it is to hire personnel. You also need to do a radio systems evaluation. The radio system that is operated by the San Benito Sheriff is in poor condition. Unfortunately, we were unable to get a good picture of the exact condition of the radio system. Weren't able to get in contact with people at the sheriff's office. The one person private company that did the work, the guy that owns it now lives in Montana and off the grid, so he's very hard to get a hold of. So a radio system evaluation is greatly needed. If this is going to be done, you need to do it right with an architect familiar with California Essential Services Act, which guideline is construction, earthquake-proof construction, and the National Fire Protection Association 1225 standards related to how dispatch centers are constructed and physical security and so on. I happen to be the chairperson of that 1225 committee at the moment, so I have quite a bit of experience there. In looking at the building, we did an evaluation. There's a couple of options to expanding the police department at the police department. Fortunately, space is not an issue. The police department owns, or the city owns, that whole court there on Apollo. So it's a very large area. 3 options we looked at of building an attachment or an extension off of the dispatch center, or off the existing building. I know Chief Reynoso would like to have the dispatch center as close to records as possible, and that's option 1. If you go in, as you're going into the building, the reception area, right behind the reception area is records. And that would be would be your left as you walk in the door. So what's all this going to cost? I'll start off by saying these are all estimates. Until you get into requesting bids and all that, we don't know exactly how much it would cost, but these are our best ballpark estimates. You're looking at, to build a new center and equip it, you're looking at probably in the range of $4.5 million. But that does not include the work that needs to be done on the radio system, which we cannot even put a number to at this point. In addition to that, there's the ongoing operational costs. What it costs to run the dispatch center every year. And again, looking at generalized fees, figures, you're looking at probably just over almost 2.1 million per year. And remember, currently you're spending 2.6 million a year, consolidated with the sheriff and AMR. All 3 of you are paying 2.6. And I talk about that because of the size of San Benito County. It's in relatively terms, it's a small county in terms of population and workload. You need 2 people on duty at all times. That is a minimum requirement in the NFPA standards. So whether it's the city of Hollister that does the dispatch only, or if the San Benito Sheriff elects to join, or AMR elects to join the dispatch center, the cost is the same. There is no increase because you still need 2 people to do the job. The good thing is that if you do include San Benito Sheriff and AMR, the city of Hollister's costs, annual costs, will go down. Everybody's sharing the wealth. To do all of this, is roughly about 3 years. And that's 3 years from the day you put a shovel in the ground. That's not all the time it might take to find funding, to get agreements. And it works out fairly well. The city of Hollister and the sheriff's office for that matter, just signed this last year a contract with Santa Cruz Regional for it's a one-year contract with 2 one-year extensions. So 2025, June 30th of 2025, the contract is up. And that's probably pretty close to when a new dispatch center would be ready, or very close, and probably work with Santa Cruz to get some extensions if they needed it. So the timing of it is actually pretty good, but that's what it would take to put that together. There's a lot of moving parts. You got to hire staff. You got to decide on a model of governance, whether you decide it's the city of Hollister that manages it and contracts with anybody else that wants to do it, or if you want a JPA, any of those kinds of things. But hiring staff, purchasing equipment, all of that takes time and money, unfortunately. So, and just in general, we think that moving the dispatch center back is a good idea. One of the things that Chief Reynoso and I have talked about is San Benito County doesn't have a dispatch center. They don't have 911. All 911 calls go to Santa Cruz. What happens if you lose that connection? You're without anything. There's no backup. They can do backup center here in Hollister, but it is not a good solution. So it's better to have that, and I think that's the argument that we would bring to the California 911 branch, is that each county should really have their own dispatch center. There are over 450 911 centers in California, and it's not right that San Benito only has one. It has none at the moment. And I'll entertain any questions.
Questions, Councilmember Burns? Oh, I'm sorry, Chief, did you want to say something?
Just before you ask any questions, I just wanted to make some, Chuck doesn't know this information, but just recently the Sheriff's Department got approval for $1.5 million to upgrade the radios system that Chuck mentioned. So they just recently did that, and they're in the process of upgrading all the repeaters, and they're going to connect them with microwave radios so they can be networked into our existing repeaters that we have. The city's invested in our own repeaters, but we haven't been able to use them because the Sheriff's Department wouldn't be able to use them out in the county. So now this final step has been the Sheriff Taylor was able to get that funding, and they're actually working on that right now. So that radio problem is in being worked on right now. And we have we've been speaking with the Sheriff's Department about this project, and he's made statements that they're very interested in moving forward if the city decides to go this way, they're very interested in being part of this. And one of the things that Chuck mentioned was the loss of connection, and that's happened before. We have lost our connectivity. When there was a fire at the bridge, that we lost all connectivity there to Santa Cruz, and there is a delay in response. But all those things, the radio is being worked on right now as we speak.
Okay. Councilmember Burns, questions?
I do. Thank you, Mayor. So you talked about, I think you used the acronym PSAP and the funding options. And so what would it take, or it seems to me like that would be one of the very first questions, to see if they're willing to underwrite a part or all of this, and how would you move that or how would we move that forward?
Okay, yeah, PSAP, Public Safety Answering Point. Sorry, I get into acronyms and forget. That, it's basically the city would have to apply to the California 911 branch. They're a division of the Office of Emergency Services. they would apply to be a PSAP, to be a public safety answering point. And then the state would then decide whether that's a viable option or not. There is a piece of the operations manual at the state where PSAPs have to be a dispatch or taking at least 1,200 or 1,250 911 calls a month to be a viable PSAP. No, that was done, actually, I was part of that group that did that. When I was a member of the 911 advisory board for 4 years. That was done to try to limit the number of PSAPs we have in the state. 450 of them. Probably 375 of those are law enforcement dispatch centers. Probably about 260 of those are one-person dispatch centers. Small fire department, small police dispatch centers.
Okay, and you were talking about initial, what we spend currently for dispatching with Santa Cruz County. I didn't hear any, was the 1.2 million that I think I recall you saying for the city of Hollister, was that all inclusive, including the fire department as well?
Yes.
Okay, and I presume then animal services and code enforcement and
That'd all be a part of the police
of it.
department, yes.
And so, Chief, this is a question for you. I heard our speaker talk about the possibility of a joint powers agreement, but is that what we had previously before we sent all that to Santa Cruz, or were we at that point contracting services through the county?
We were contracting services. We're not a JPA.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, it's just one of many options. You know,
Right, right.
Either contract for service or create an independent agency.
Right, right. And I would say my preference is to retain control, because then we have control. And so, you also talked about doing an addition to the PD. Now, I've been through the PD a few times in my lifetime, and I'm pleased to say never with handcuffs on. Having said that, it feels pretty big to me, and so I recognize options 1, 2, and 3 would be the preferred options. But first of all, what could we save projected costs if we were to find existing space versus having to do an addition to the PD?
Well, it would depend on what remodeling would need to be done. I mean, once again, you have to have, if it's done in the police department was, I'm sure, built to essential services standards, earthquake, Hollister earthquakes, If it was done in a different building, then that would be a concern. I mean, you couldn't go down.
Oh, no, I agree.
Yeah, you
I'm
couldn't
not
go down the
suggesting,
street.
but, I know the chief's office is huge, and so I'm sure he would be willing to give this up for that. So, and I know
Yes.
there's executive bathroom in there as well.
Yes.
So I'm not telling you how I know, but I know. And so I'm just looking for options, because when you talk about that kind of money, that feels really big. But then when you talk about in 3 years, we will have spent that money on services, and yes, we got services, but we have no real return on our investment.
Right.
And to have, it makes absolutely no sense to me in this era of technology for people 40 miles or further away to be dispatching for our region when we have the ability and the potential here. I also heard you talk a little bit about next steps. And so as I went through, and I did read your documents with a fine-tooth comb, my sense is really the next step for this council, if this council decides to move forward, and I hope they do, would be to hire a qualified project manager to just get on this, because it still sounds like we're 3 or more years out.
Yes.
And so I just wanted to confirm, what I read is what you've said, and it confirms what my thoughts were.
Yes, I think it's important. I've seen many projects go south because they had nobody running the ship. They had nobody managing it, or they had somebody who, they're the, animal control officer, and oh yeah, you got dispatched too. those kinds of things don't work.
Right.
You know, and they usually don't succeed. And this is a very, I won't say complicated, but it's a very involved move. Lots of moving parts, lots of coordination. This wouldn't take place, you know, even 3 years is pretty aggressive. You know, you might be looking at 5-6 years just to make sure you do it right. You get it all set up. You know, I've been to Santa Cruz, and to be honest, they weren't concerned if you left.
Well, let's explore this further then. You know, I'm going to cut my comments short because they probably wouldn't be appropriate. I also think that I'm encouraged by the fact that the sheriff's office is open to this conversation, and I would presume if they wanted to work with us in a collaborative effort, that there's a possibility they might be able to also contribute to the development of this if the chief and the sheriff can agree and the board and the council can agree. And so I think there's a good opportunity here to move to what those next steps are. And so for me, I want to thank you for hanging out with us. By the time we're done, it'll probably be after midnight. But your report was very thorough, and I'm very appreciative of your preliminary work and your experience to help us hopefully take the next step. So, Mayor, I'm going to be quiet for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you. Thank you for hanging out and staying with us so late. I did find your presentation really interesting and very informative, so I could tell you have a great deal of experience. I was writing down questions, and as I was writing them down, you kept answering them again and again. So that was great. So thank you for that. I think that one thing I was a little curious about was the 2.6 versus 2.0. So 2.6, is that, what are we currently paying? AMR, fire, police, and then I forget what the other one is. Oh, sheriff to Santa Cruz. What are we currently paying?
2.6.
2.6. And then it's going to cost us 2.0 to run our own facility?
Right.
And that's not including the money from sheriff or AMR?
Well, that is, yeah.
Well, it could potentially, right?
It could potentially. Yeah, if the city wanted to go on their own, it's 2.0. 2.0. If the sheriff and AMR join, it's 2.0.
Okay. And Chief, you sound like you're pretty optimistic about partnering up with the sheriff's department.
Yes, we've had several conversations about this. They're very interested in doing this. And the other thing is that right now we share our costs with the Santa Cruz. And if we were to leave, the sheriff would be looking at paying the full cost of those dispatchers. So his invoice would increase. So that's why he's really interested in discussing this with us. He's open to this, and he hasn't. We're at preliminary stages, so we're no formal decisions, obviously, without the council's first agreement. But yes, he is very interested in talking with us and partnering with us for the same reasons that we would want to, that have been discussed here. He also has those same concerns about having local dispatchers as well.
Yeah, so that's valuable information. Thank you. I'm optimistic, but I'm cautiously optimistic. Obviously, there's a lot of variables. So I would say that we should proceed, but with caution. I do think that we should bring Casey in and get a little bit more of a better estimate at cost. I mean, I don't know exactly what the next steps are. Are we going to hire somebody like a project manager? Is that something that you do or that you know of that helps out with that? I don't know, but I am a little bit optimistic but cautious because I want to make sure that we don't travel down a road that we just can't afford to travel down. I'll be quite honest with you. And if our partners don't buy in at the same time, you know, there's a lot going on. Construction costs, and it's late, and I'm tired. But those are my thoughts.
Federal engineering does provide project management services. I'm not trying to sell you, whether you take us or not. And it's the same with the radio system. I hope they're using somebody that knows what they're doing. Because it is a very complex system.
It's getting late, so I'm just gonna put my thoughts out there, and then you guys can come up with whatever you think is the best next step to move forward. But I'm definitely in support of it. I think we're on the ad hoc committee to move this feasibility study going forward. So thank you.
Councilmember Perez, do you have any questions?
I was just wondering, we were talking earlier on break about our fire districting meeting next week and how all this would tie into that. First question is, so the repeater, the equipment that we have that the sheriff's now upgrading to, and you guys are tied into that too, fire, correct? Correct. All right, so then we're all three going to be on the same system. That's great. But I'm just wondering, how does this all kind of tie in together? Is it totally separate, or can it tie in together with the potential fire redistricting? You know, as far as funding and stuff for that. Is there options?
So, good evening. So whether we become a fire district or not, we're still going to be a partner in this. Right now, we're just a customer for Santa Cruz 911. And because we're a customer, I don't have a voting right, and neither does the chief. So with this being our own indigenous program, we will have all the policies that we can manage to make this work. So whether we're fire district or we still belong to the city, it's going to be a benefit for everybody.
Do you have anything?
No, that's it. I was just wondering mostly for the funding part, if there might be some options available, but I'm sure it's something we can just keep looking out for. Thank you.
So I only have one question I was going to ask you about the sheriff, but you've already talked about that, Chief. But have you reached out to AMR at all? Do we know if there's interest with them?
No, not specifically. I've not reached out to them. They're the reason they're part of it is because obviously they're dispatched as well for medical calls. So I would assume if they're affiliated with or being part of Santa Cruz 911 for the obvious reason to be needed dispatch. So we would be providing that service. If we had our own dispatch, we would be the ones providing that service for them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, during the research for this report, I did try to reach out to AMR and was not able to contact the right person that could give me that information.
Yeah. But
they separate. They have AMR Santa Cruz, AMR San Benito.
Yeah.
So that's why my thinking was, okay, they're kind of two different organizations within a larger umbrella.
So chances are their rates would go up too if we were to leave, right? They would be looking at a higher rate if we're bundled together.
I think that if we were to leave and start our own dispatch, they wouldn't have a need to go to Santa Cruz. They would go to whoever's dispatching in the area.
Gotcha. Okay. So I think if there's no more questions, then we'll go to public comment.
Mayor Casey, there's no public comments for this item.
Okay, then let's go for further discussion and deliberation. Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to suggest to the council for their consideration that we ask the city manager to do further research. I think the timing couldn't be better. Know that we're going into budget because I think the next step, as I've heard it said and understood it, would be to move forward and hire a project manager and then reach out to PSAP and figure out what the funding options could be. And so this is a long-range goal in my mind, but it starts with budgeting for a project manager and then taking those next steps. And so those are my only other thoughts and comments. Thank you.
Councilmember Resendez, anything to add? Councilmember Perez?
Nothing. Thank you. Thank you for your information, though.
Yes, thank you so much for that. So are we taking a vote to?
No, just direction.
It's just
Yep.
direction. So I would agree with Councilmember Burns about following up with city manager.
Seeing 4 thumbs up, we will proceed as directed.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you, sir.
All right. So let's go back to item 1. City Council, City of Hollister, consider refunding application fees for a conditional use permit 2022-8. Do we have a staff report?
Yes, thank you, Council and Mayor. This item is before you at the May 1st City Council meeting. Council directed staff to return with a report regarding the request for a refund of a withdrawn application, and that would be conditional use permit 2022-8. The report that you have summarizes the entire submittal process, all of the communications, with probably, I think, more attachments than the staff report is long, with all of the communications between staff and the applicant. So staff's recommendation is that the council receive the report and provide direction regarding the fee refund for this conditional use permit. So the application for the conditional use permit was for a new wine bar to be located over at an existing building at 191 San Felipe Road, Suite H. The conditional use permit was for alcohol uses, as you already opined on one tonight, for the sale of alcohol. And then prior to any official submittal, there was an initial inquiry by the applicant, Mr. David Adamo, contacted the city of Hollister and asked about, hey, this is what I'd like to do. Thank you. I'm getting a little distracted. This is what I'd like to do, and then he was advised that a conditional use permit was required for the sale of alcohol at this location. So through your staff report from August 8th of 2022, all the way until, let's see, April of 2023 is a detailed accounting of all of the communications that staff had with the applicant. The reason for that is it also has an estimated time that staff spent on each item, just so we can get a full picture of the amount of time and money that was spent on this application. So just a quick history after that. Mr. Adamo, when he was informed of the application fee, was unhappy about the application fee and requested a partial to pay a partial payment. The staff at that time let him know that we could not authorize the partial payment. However, there is an email in your packet with the former city manager that authorized a 50% payment, taking the around $6,000 application fee down to $3,000. So after all of this back and forth, a couple of letters, several letters were sent to the applicant requesting the required information in order for the application to be deemed complete. The application was never deemed complete, and the items that were remaining are in your packet as well. They were fairly minor labeling of floor plans and a couple of what ABC license would he be applying for, et cetera. And after that, the applicant decided to withdraw the application, is now requesting a refund of the entire fee that was paid, and so that would be a total of $3,000. Sorry, I just lost my. A total of $3,050.46. The calculations and that was the 50% reduced fee. In the fiscal impact, staff time and costs, and this is a very, very conservative estimate of the time and costs that were spent, was $5,412.80. And so with the 50% application fee reduction approved by the previous city manager, the project costs are $2,362.34 over the application fee payment. So staff is requesting, and I'll take any questions. It's a very detailed staff report, and I'll take any questions regarding the application. Yes.
City Manager, do you want to say something?
If I can just add, our Development Services Director did reach out and extend an invitation, and I did attempt to leave a message to let the individual know it would be on tonight's agenda. I received a full voicemail earlier last week.
And I did speak with the applicant. I sent the applicant all of basically the entire staff report to let him know, do you still want to request the full refund? And he says, yes, I will be at the meeting, so.
So, Councilmember Burns, do you have questions?
Only a few, Mayor. So, I guess this is more for either the city manager or the city attorney, but did the previous city manager have the legal authority to waive funds without bringing it before city council?
Not unless council previously gave him that authority, and I'm not aware of any that was given.
Thank you, nor am I. And so would that reduction in theory then be a gift of public funds, that reduction?
I mean, I'd have to look at the whole thing. I mean, I think there could be a potential of an argument there.
Okay. I don't want to argue with you. I always lose. And so I think that's all. I'll save my follow-up for after. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Resendez? No questions? Councilmember Perez? No. I have no questions. Is there public comment?
No public comments.
Okay, so let's have further discussion then. Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. I can't support. It seems like we're upside down on this thing, and we need to just end this. And so I would not support a return or a refund on the remaining funds. And my sense is this won't be the case moving forward without prior council consultation.
For a reduction in the application, correct.
Right. Thank you. I'll be brief.
Councilmember Resendez?
Thank you for your report. It's very detailed, very informative. I'm disappointed that the applicant's not here tonight. It looks like they did receive a reduction in the cost of permits already. And based on everything else, all the other information we got, I cannot support it as well because it just doesn't make sense. And we're not going to entertain these types of requests and waste our staff's very valuable time and energy. So thank you.
Councilmember Perez?
No, thank you.
Okay, I concur with the council. I think you all did a great job trying to lead him forward, and he had decided to apply even though it was incomplete. So as far as I'm concerned, that was his time that he spent. So does anyone have further comment, or are we ready to take a vote?
It's just direction.
Just direction? Okay, no.
Yeah, it looks like we have consensus for that.
All right. Awesome. Moving on. Consideration of waiving the pre-application fee for the Growing Hearts Garden Center. Can we have the staff report?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. At that same council meeting, council did provide direction to staff. There was a request from a member of the public from the Growing Hearts Garden Center asking that the city waive a pre-application fee for a proposed garden center that Growing Hearts Garden Center is looking at over at the old KFC site. And so staff's recommendation is the city council discuss and consider waiving the pre-application fee for Growing Hearts. And staff would ask if the city council does request to have the application fees, pre-application fees waived, that staff would come back with a resolution approving that, and we would ask the city council for some direction on findings. And in your staff report, we did give you an example of a finding. For example, would be that the organization is a locally based nonprofit providing service to special needs communities of the city of Hollister and San Benito County. The development fee for the pre-application, and really a pre-application fee is it's a kind of your napkin sketch. It's an opportunity for an applicant to come in, talk with city staff, say, hey, here's my idea. They can get immediate feedback. They also get some written feedback. And that's before they take the risk of putting plans together, hiring an architect, hiring people and spending a lot of money and then finding out potentially that they can't do the project. So the pre-application is a service that the city offers in order to let people know what they're getting themselves into, right? And so also from that, there is some written comment that comes back. The total fee for a pre-application is $1,541.55. And so really concludes my presentation, and I'll take any questions.
Questions, Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. So, as I heard it said tonight on a different conversation earlier in the evening, that specific area has got a fault line running through it, is that correct?
Yes, and so the preliminary, where the fault is shown, and then a 50-foot buffer on either side of it, in that area is when we would require fault studies to be done if you're going to be actually doing construction of habitable construction. So yes, from what my understanding is, the fault studies have not been completed on all of those properties, those three. And I'm not sure which one, or if the Garden Center is looking at taking all three. But I think the fault studies have only been on 2 of the 3 sites.
Okay. And I will say, before many of current staff's arrival here, it's my recollection that there was a previous for-profit garden center over there. So where I'm headed with this is, it seems as though it's conceivable, if they have the wherewithal to push it forward, that this could in fact be a permitted project.
That's what I understand was previously on the site as well. And those are questions that we would have of the applicant. Are you planning on doing any actual construction? And then we would look at what the limitations in the law for any type of habitable construction, if you will, so and permanent construction. So that's the type of discussion that we would have during the pre-application meeting.
Okay, those are my questions for now. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Councilmember Resendez, any questions? Councilmember Perez, questions?
No.
No questions. Do we have any public comment?
No public comment.
So are we again just giving direction? Because I have a thing
Right.
that says
It would be-
motion to approve here.
Right.
So-
It would be direction to staff to bring back a resolution if that's how council wanted to proceed. And then the finding is in there, the example of the finding, and that's our recommendation, the attorney's office recommendation, as well as staff's recommendation for a finding.
So do we have consensus then? on
Mayor,
this
I just
item?
wanted to clarify though, rather than reducing the fee or not charging the fee, as I recall, this will then come off of my current discretionary funds. Is that correct?
That's how the initial request was brought forward. So
Right.
when we bring this forward, it'll be outlined in the
Okay,
request.
and I'm 100% supportive of that. I'm working hard to get to a zero balance before the end, and I can't think of a more worthwhile project than this. Thank you, Mayor.
Any other comments? Do you have any other comments? No? Okay. I think we have consensus then to move forward.
Okay, thank you.
So item 3 is the LGBTQ+ guide for public officials. Do we have a staff report?
Yes, please. So good evening, Mayor, members of council. So wanted to come back and report out, provide a brief staff report. Back in April, staff was given direction to take the Friendly Workplace Training Manual for Public Officials. This was created by the Inland Northwest LGBT Center, and have that transcribed and then updated in partnership with the peer mentors at the Esperanza Center. And so that final product is provided in your packet this evening. This is just a staff report. We will then take, after this meeting, I will personally distribute it to our CAO in the county, as well as the city manager, along with the staff of our public agencies. And I'd like to just say that in working with the peer mentors over at the center, they put a lot of work into this and a lot of thought and a lot of, it wasn't something that they just went over quickly. They put a lot of effort into it and a lot of partnership. And so it was a good opportunity for them to work with us and vice versa. And so just a tip of the hat to them. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Sure. Any questions, Councilmember Burns?
No questions, just a comment. Thank you, City Manager. Thank you, all those that participated. I think we're better today than we were yesterday as a result of this, and hopefully it's not something that just ends up on a bookshelf somewhere. Thank you.
Councilmember Resendez?
Yes, thank you. Did we say we were going to put it on the website as well?
Yes, we can post it online.
Okay. Same sentiments as Councilmember Burns. Thank you to the staff. Thank you to the peer mentors. And we've got to thank Councilmember Burns because there was an article written and it says in the staff report that it came from me, but originally it came from Councilmember Burns. He brought this to us and then he asked me to take a look at it, and then I thought about asking the peer mentors. So thank you, Councilmember Burns, for bringing this up.
Councilmember Perez, did you have any questions? No? I just wanted to say great job too. I had an opportunity to meet the peer mentors, and I know they take everything very seriously. So I'm glad they had that opportunity to work with you and get that experience. The only question that came to mind is at first I thought this was a draft, something that we had, but this came from another entity. And when I looked it up, that entity no longer exists. Was this just something publicly distributed for free, or do we have permission to be taking this and revamping it? I'm just curious.
Yeah, we received a copy from Councilmember Burns. I would say that there was considerable revisions, so it was more of a guide and a template.
Just wasn't sure. Okay.
Yeah, and the original document, I want to say without digging through it, was from like 1991.
Right, okay.
So as a point of reference, they made considerable
A few
edits.
changes. Okay. All right. So that was just a report, right? We don't need to.
That is correct.
Okay. Moving along. Reports from city council members regarding committees on which they serve. Councilmember Burns, anything to report?
Thank you, Mayor. Nothing to report.
Councilmember Resendez.
I don't know if this is an official committee or not, but at this point, I think we're just going to consider it one. So the LGBTQ plus meeting occurred last week, and we try to meet every other week. So really looking forward to the event. It's coming together. More participants than we even expected, more support than we even expected, more booths than we even expected. So very much looking forward to it. We've got Congressman Zoe Logfriend confirmed, State Senator Ana Caballero confirmed, possibly Robert Rivas or Representative Robert Rivas, and then a number of local elected officials, a number of performances, a number of booths, like I said. So we're meeting every other week. The official flyer, my email's been blowing up today. I would assume it's probably in there by now, the finalized flyer. And yeah, I'm just extremely grateful to our partners over there. And I guess, I've got a little bit more to report, but I think I can, on that, in regards to that, but I think I can save it for the informational report. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Perez? Okay. So we had a COG meeting and we're working on presentations on the budget. We had a presentation on our unmet transit needs report, and there's some changes that'll be coming about with county transit. I think they're going to be reinstituting their blue line, and I don't know if it's a green line or a red line, but they're starting up the fixed service again, so that's going to be coming back. The other thing is we did have the Caltrans representative actually in person there at the meeting, and I don't know if he'll be coming back because we all had quite a lot to tell him. But we talked about the construction area at 156 and 25, in particularly the difficulty with the timing of the light, and then there's been a hazard with regard to left turns at that light. So I was just informed by Supervisor Gonzalez that the other day, it looks like they took our comments to heart, and they've actually made some adjustments to make those left turns at that light safer. So that was good news. The other thing is I did attend the HPD swearing in of Officer Provost, and it was a really wonderful event, and it was great to meet him and his family, who were so proud of him. Thank you, Chief, for inviting me to attend. I really enjoyed it. And that's all I have for committee reports. So do we have informational reports we could start with City Manager. Do you want to?
Nothing to report at this time.
City Attorney, do you have anything?
I do. I have a few items. So the first is I was contacted by a high school senior. Her name is Kimberly Felix, and she asked if she could interview me for her AP Government and Politics class for her capstone project. So we had a very pleasant conversation. I wish her a lot of luck in the future, and none of my time was billed to the city for that conversation. Just want to put that out there.
City Attorney, if I can interrupt, I too was interviewed by an AP government student yesterday.
That's true. There you go. Okay.
And I did not charge.
Yeah. It was nice. It was nice to be contacted, and the discussion went well. The other one is council has on numerous occasions asked for updates regarding the litigation involving Irma Gonzalez, Elias Salinas, and Jennifer Gonzalez. If you recall, these were all matters handled by the city's risk manager. I was finally able to get updates on the collection efforts. Irma Gonzalez owes $10,105. Elias Salinas owes $13,485. And Jennifer Gonzalez owes $3,760 for litigation involving the city and Ignacio Velasquez. Our firm asked that the city that the risk manager send demand letters for payment immediately. And if there's no payment on the judgment, the risk manager is going to proceed with further collection efforts. Then there was another matter involving Irma Gonzalez and Roland Resendez. The judge imposed terminating sanctions for an ongoing and willful failure to comply with court orders, and Irma Gonzalez was ordered to pay $2,200. The same collection efforts will occur by the risk manager, and that's it for an update.
Okay. City Clerk, did you have anything to report?
No reports.
Chief, did you have a report for us?
Well, apparently I was interviewed as well by Jasmine Gonzalez from the high school. I also didn't charge for my time. She's a really wonderful young lady, and it was a pleasure to meet with her.
Okay, so do we want to go through staff or, information?
I just can't wait, Mayor.
Okay, go for it, council member.
Thanks. I actually came in here with 0 of a list, and I've got a few now. So, first of all, earlier in the evening, I distinctly heard Councilmember Perez say, "I love parades." And so I want to say congratulations to the Lady Hillbillers for their Northern California State Championship. And as I understand it, 15th ranking nationally for their successes this year. Yeah. And for the men's Baylor baseball team, as I recall, they won the CCS and then went well into the states before they were eliminated. So I'd like to say congratulations to them both. I would like to ask council to consider working with HDA to put together a parade for these kids. I think they've earned it. I brought this up when the ladies soccer team won, and I'd like to include them as well. And whatever discretionary monies I have left, I'm more than happy to help underwrite for the greatness of this community. And so, Councilmember Perez, tag, you're it. You love a parade, and I think you could be a great grand marshal for that parade. So I also would like to ask council to consider requesting the Public Works Department to bring forward a report on the wastewater treatment plant and potential MBR upgrades that seem as though they're necessary. I would like to ask the city manager to provide us with an update on the monumental sign downtown that has now been erected as it relates to the Ballards. And it was my understanding that when this previous council approved that there was also going to be a plaque defining those that were involved in that. And so I'd like to know where we stand in regards to that. I would like for this council to consider moving forward to define rules or policies as it relates to council members not present and wanting to participate in council meetings and the posting requirements and how we get there. And I'm looking for evidence, for example, maybe a physical posting with a photograph that's time dated stamped. I want to also bring back I don't want it to die. And I know that the administration is very busy, but at some point, once we get through the budget, I'd really like to move forward with a discussion about the temporary occupancy tax and seeing how we move that forward as well. As earlier in this evening I spoke about, I don't see where there's a need in closed or in consent agenda items to discuss street closures, and I'd like the council to consider just authorizing the city manager to have the opportunity to do that. I'd also like to ask the city to maybe reach out to HCA and maybe the San Benito Chamber to maybe discuss having some sort of a special event on the 4th of July weekend, since we're not doing the rally, where maybe we could have food trucks to downtown, close off the downtown, and let's celebrate moving forward in that regard. I'm also concerned about the number of DUI arrests, and so I would like to put out for council for the city manager's consideration to fund at least one additional police officer position that would be solely dedicated to DUI enforcement. I know that we probably could put 4 out and they'd be busy all the time, but as we grow out, I think that we do have some challenges there based on what I've read, and I only know what I've read. I imagine the stats are probably even more alarming. And then finally, I'd like to ask this council to approve bringing back in closed session a performance evaluation discussion on our interim city manager. And so, Mayor, that concludes my comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Resendez?
Thank you. So in extension to the LGBTQ plus conversation I had earlier, I just want to thank our staff and all of the community members that came out to support the flag raising ceremony that occurred here on June 1st at 4 o'clock. It was a wonderful event. It was attended by about, I would say, 30 or so community members. Our partners from the county were here as well. Some of our city staff was out there. And then we asked one of our mamas, of our allies, to help raise the flag, who evidently works for us in our rec department. So thank you to Joanne Martinez for representing for her child and helping to raise the flag this year. On another note, I went to Santa Cruz Pride event with my family this weekend. Before I went to El Nopal Bakery. They officially are cooking and baking their fabulous rainbow conchas. I don't know of any other bakery that makes rainbow pride conchas. So they're on 3rd Street right across from Hollister Super. I took some of the I Love Hollister bumper stickers and I put them all over the box of conchas that I bought, and then I handed them out in Santa Cruz. And I let everybody know that we have Rainbow Pride conchas in in Hollister. It's getting late. And they went within minutes. I was going to make a suggestion that we have a spot, because we've got some really good quote unquote swag promoting LGBTQ plus month, Pride Month. And I was going to make a suggestion that we put it out in City Hall and that we advertise that so the public can come. And I come here tonight, and what happens? Our fabulous staff, I don't know whose idea it was, they have a little display up there so that everybody from the public, I'm assuming, can help themselves to these swags. For the rec department, the bumper stickers, we have window decals that have both Pride Progress flags and then ally flags. So thank you. I'm assuming that it was our rec department, because they're always on it and they've got their swag there. For all the stuff that you have done, all the work that you have done, I'm excited and looking forward to continuing the celebration. But if we could just put up a little announcement on social media and let people know they can come to City Hall to get their buttons, their bumper stickers, and their decals if they'd like. I think that's a great idea.
Ms. Garza's already prepared the flyer.
It doesn't surprise me one bit. I do want to point out that Councilmember Morales is not here. She's in Puerto Rico. According to our agenda, it was agendized that she was going to attend via teleconference. However, when she did show up on Zoom, I asked if she had followed the regulations. Because we do have laws. It's called the Brown Act. Every council member here should know of the regulations when you want to teleconference in. Some of those have changed recently, but it surprises me that Councilmember Morales was on a plane in Puerto Rico and tried to Zoom in to the meeting today. So I had to call it out, and she did not attend the rest of the night. But it's very concerning that somebody with that much experience in the public sector thinks that they can just teleconference in on a plane and not allow any of the public members to attend the meeting. Especially when we're talking about important items such as voting for raises and other items like that. So pretty concerning. And then if you're in Puerto Rico, I highly doubt that members of the public are going to be there, especially if you haven't even reached your destination. So that was disappointing. I also feel that the conversation that took place about the city services in closed session should have been done in open session. I think that the public needs to know that there is a movement that is aligning and it's going to affect a number of development issues that are going to be highly controversial coming up here. So we need all of that information to get out to public before any decisions are made. And all of the options that this council can take to put a stop to this. I do want to thank the attorneys that have worked on my behalf and the city's behalf for the past 2.5 years fighting a frivolous lawsuit. I am very, of course, happy with the outcome. I'm glad to see that there are sanctions and that we are going to go aggressively after them to enforce that those sanctions are paid. And I agree with Councilmember Burns. If we're going to ask the HDA to do any more work, I'd like for them to be compensated for it. It was pretty clear by their presentation that they go above and beyond their scope of work. So I guess one request I would make is that when we do have the budget talks, that we do allocate them a certain amount of money, but then we leave the MOU open for additional asks, such as the one that has been given them tonight. And again, I've got discretionary funds that I'm happy to support with that as well. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear who they were, the people you were talking about, the group that you were just talking about? HDA, okay, awesome. Yeah, I'm not going to use this microphone to politicize anything, but I will thank the staff. You know, you guys are doing an awesome job. Thank you. Lights are going up on 6th Street. You know, I get ready because they're probably going to complain that the lights are too bright because it's been so dark forever. But that's something we can work with. I'm not even going to go there. You know, I am so happy with the way I've told staff, and if you haven't heard me, then I haven't seen you lately, but I am so pleased with the way the city is going. All we got to do is fix a couple of little things here and there, and just keep moving, and you guys are doing a great job. I've never been able to feel so comfortable trusting staff from top on down. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. So for my comments, so just one thing I wanted to ask interim city manager. So I noticed that I do have a lot of discretionary funds left, haven't been spending them, but I had previously asked for a review of Apricot Park to, you know, it's where Summer Drive is. There's a little girl that would like ADA accessible equipment so that she can play. I know you've slated it and it's going to be looked at for the 23-24 budget. I'm just wondering if it's possible to use discretionary funds for anything towards getting that process started, like design or whatever. Is that possible?
I can work with the staff. I don't know what the cost would be off the
Yeah,
top
I'm
of
willing
my
to
head, but we
give the
can-
rest of mine since they're going to go away anyway at the end of the month.
Okay,
So
well-
if it helps, so. All right, thank you. The only other thing I want to say is with regard to travel expenses, in looking over my costs, I do recall a conversation I had with a staff member who was trying to get me home and wanted me to come home on a red-eye flight, and I did not want to do it because I was tired. And I did opt to come on, Saturday morning, and it was a more expensive flight back. So that is something that I am willing to reimburse the city for. It is the only thing I am willing to reimburse the city for, but I will reimburse the $713.70 because it was worth it to me not to have to fly all night long. So, thank you. All right, so if there's no other,
If I can just take consensus on a handful of items.
oh, yes, please.
Okay, so I'll start with Councilmember Burns' item, the working with HDA to do a parade for the Lady Baylor softball team, the boys baseball team, and the lady soccer team.
Yes, and I was gonna.
With Rick as
probably
Grand
ask-
Marshal?
No, absolutely not. But I was gonna ask that we can
That's a
honor
yes.
them, that we can bring them here and honor them. We should have added that to the conversation. Yeah.
So do we want to parade with, like how we did earlier this evening with a proclamation?
Sure.
Is that?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns asked for an update on the MBR at the wastewater treatment plant.
Yes.
Yes, and as did I'm sorry, it's late. Councilmember Resendez also asked for a more comprehensive presentation. Scene
Yeah.
3?
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Burns asked for an update on the sign, and specifically around bollards, the plaque, and I will touch upon lights. I heard that earlier in today's meeting. Asking staff to take a look at a policy to help outline the remote process within the confines of Brown Act.
No. Nope.
Yeah.
Okay. The TOT tax, we'd received direction, and our city clerk is working with our consultant to bring that forward in August, so that will be coming forward. Street closures, reviewing, having the city manager have the authority on street closures and verifying that. I've heard in the past that that is something. I have
I
not
was gonna
seen
ask-
it,
yeah,
so we'll
check
do
with
some
legal.
digging and some research.
Yeah. But I'm for it, sure.
Do you have consensus?
Yes.
Yes.
A request to work with the HDA and the chamber to do a 4th of July food truck event downtown, closing the streets.
I'd like to get some more information on that because it's like 4th of July, everyone's going to want to be at home doing fireworks and stuff and swimming pools. So I don't see that's going to work, but I'm interested in seeing if the public is because I don't see that happening, but good luck.
So we would need to bring something back. Yeah, please, Tina.
It just can't be a lengthy discussion. Sure, okay.
I just want to remind council that on July 1st, we do have that fireworks show at Brigantino. That's what staff is working on.
So if the request was for a new standalone event on the 4th.
Or actually, or even the weekend before, because the 4th is on a Tuesday. So, I mean, it could be the weekend. I don't know.
That's the weekend that Tina and her team are working to do an event on.
And they're going to have food trucks there? Sorry to go on. Okay,
Yes,
that's
they'll
what I
have
thought
food
you were
trucks
getting
there.
at. Okay.
Okay, so I don't believe I have consensus on that. We had a request to look at, when we come to budget, looking at adding an additional police officer to that and look what that would look like.
And just to be clear, on an earlier conversation, we talked about looking at a project manager for the communications center.
Correct. Yeah, that was on the other item, so, okay. Do I have consensus on that?
And the officer?
Yes.
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 Yeah. I mean, you'll still have an opportunity to vote. It's just something we will work into budget. Closed session to discuss interim city manager evaluation.
Sure.
Okay. And then Mayor Casey has asked for us to look at ADA accessible park amenities at Summer Park with discretionary funds for this year.
Yeah, my concern would be that that's going to be way more than $50,000. That's my only concern.
Yeah, we would bring an item back.
That's
So
fine.
it's-
And if we can do it sooner rather than later, and then if we have discretionary funds, we can possibly help pitch in for that, I would say.
As long as
'Cause
it doesn't
we-
impede with all the progress of all the other parks that are supposed to be being worked on. Because that's, we keep putting parks in front of other parks.
Madam Mayor, I think we're getting off topic.
Well, I think we're talking about discretionary, use of discretionary funds,
Okay,
not
good
not
luck.
reordering anything. So I think so do we have consensus on that item then?
We will bring an item back. I can't
Okay.
speak to whether the allocation that you have remaining will cover it, but we can
Sure,
bring an item back.
absolutely. Thank you.
And that would program it. I think the item that Councilmember Perez is mentioning is that would jump to the front of the line. I believe what you're asking for is us to appropriate those funds and see if it's available.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. That's the end of.
Is that it?
Yes, please.
All right, if we have nothing further, can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second?
Second?
All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
You can keep them. You might need them, you never know. You might need 'em.
Recording stopped.
I have many more where those are.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that gives me indigestion.
Jennifer, good morning.
Yeah.